Okay, Steve, I just emailed that phone number to you again. Yeah, I would say for now, just try to call in. I just emailed it to you. Do you want me to tell you it too?
The stay-at-home order has been extended to the 28th. It just came across my phone.
Thank you for sharing that.
Okay, Steve is going to try to call in. I just gave him all the info for that. So I think, Pat, if we're not already live streamed, if you could start that, because I think I've gotten about 15 texts saying what's going on.
It's
I think
it's
you're-
live. It's
it's live.
live.
It's live. Oh, great. Okay, great. Thank you. And just so everyone who is watching on the live stream knows, we're having some technical difficulties. One of our board members is still trying to access the Zoom. He is going to call in for now just to get the meeting started, and hopefully he can restart his computer and join us using video shortly. So if you can just be patient for another minute. I apologize for the late start.
Monica, should somebody let our first interviewee know that, who's in the waiting room?
Monica, I can call the first candidate and let him know we have a delay. Or it would not be a problem if he joined in the waiting room at all, would he?
That's right. You were going to call and let them know right before. Yeah, you can let him know and he'll be in the waiting room, and I'll let him in as soon as we're ready. It should
Very good.
probably only take a couple minutes.
Very
Thanks.
good.
Okay, is Steve with us?
I got you.
Yay, welcome.
Don't. You know how much I love this technology.
Okay, with
Well,
Steve,
we're glad you're here now.
I'm going to call the meeting to order at this time. And we're going to do a roll call vote. Barb,
Here,
Lowell,
Here.
Steve,
Here.
Shelley,
Here.
Jamie,
Here.
Paula,
Here.
and Julie is here. If I could please get a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll support.
Motion by Jamie, support by Shelley. All in favor? Roll call
Aye.
vote. Sorry, roll call vote. Barb,
yes.
Lowell,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Shelley,
Yes.
Jamie,
Aye.
Paula,
Yes.
and Julie's aye also. The motion passes. I would like to present the consent agenda, the minutes of the special meeting of April
Julie?
29th. Yes,
I just want to note for the record that there is no public expression. I just checked the Google form to see if anyone submitted any items for public comment, and there was nothing there.
thank you for catching that, Monica. So if we could have a motion to approve the minutes of the MARESA special board meeting of April 29th be approved as presented.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Barb. Do I have support?
Support.
Support by Jamie. And we'll do a roll call vote. Barb,
Yes.
Lowell,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Shelley,
Yes.
Jamie, sorry,
Yes.
Paula,
Yes.
and
That's
Julie
it.
is a yes. The motion,
Is that Eddie?
no, that's my dog, sorry. At this time, I would like it if Charlie could introduce himself to the board and our viewers.
Thank you, President Shaw. Again, my name is Charles Andrews, and please refer to me as we go on for this evening as Charlie. The reason I'm here is my associate, Mike Hill, who has led the search procedures since the onset in early January, is experiencing some health problems, and I'm sure he'll make a good recovery. However, we wanted to make sure that the Michigan Leadership Institute stood behind our guarantee that we would do everything possible to make this a successful search for the Marquette Alger RESA. Just by way of introduction, again, Charlie Andrews, I'm a retired superintendent from the Marysville Public Schools. After being superintendent for 18 years in that position, I took a position as an administrative director at St. Clair County RESA. Marysville is just south of Port Huron, so we're a ways away. Certainly glad that we're able to conduct this business over Zoom as opposed to me making the drive up to Marquette, because it would take me probably a day and a half to get there. But I do appreciate the opportunity to work with Marquette Alger RESA. I can tell you what I have been doing in the last few days since originally getting the contact from Michigan Leadership Institute to step in and carry this search forward. I've been in phone contact on a number of times with President Shaw and Monica Nordine. I have talked to each candidate more than once, and I prepared documents for the board that I believe are, well, I know they're intended to move the process forward, and I'm sure that these are the first time that this board has seen these documents in that order, but I've prepared a selection process matrix for the board that we ideally will be using tonight. And that process really lends itself to narrowing the field and facilitating the board's choice. I've prepared a motion to employ superintendent and provided that to President Shaw. I've provided a position offer script so that as the successful candidate is contacted by the president, that the proper language is used to assure that there is at least one more step. Once a superintendent is appointed by the board, offered employment, the next step is to come to an agreement on an employment contract. And most importantly for the board members, I've edited questions that have been provided in draft form earlier and included in the final set of questions some input from at least 2 board members. So hopefully I've captured that language the way that you intended it to be captured. There is a portion on the interview process where members of the community are permitted and encouraged actually to pose questions to the candidate. If we were going to do this in face-to-face method, Michigan Leadership Institute has historically had written documents or forms, so to speak, for any member of the audience that would like to pose a question. We would just request that they write that question down, sign it, and hand it to the regional president, which would be myself. And my responsibility is to vet that question before posing it to the candidate. In this electronic environment, I would want to let anyone in the audience know that if you have a question that you would like to have posed to the candidate, please send it to my email. My email is candrewsmli@gmail.com. That's candrewsmli@gmail.com. And when we get to that section of the agenda later on, I'll repeat that email to you. But I will give you notice that in the event that any of the questions are in violation of the what's termed the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act of 1976, which would prohibit a preference or limitation, specification of discrimination based on race, religion, color, national origin, sex, height, weight, or marital status. If any of the questions refer to any of those topics, I will not read them. I'm prohibited from reading those. So having said that, I'm sure that this interview is going to go as planned. I'm again pleased to be a part of this process on behalf of.
Can you answer that, please?
At this point in time, I would turn the meeting back over to President Shaw. And I believe our first candidate is waiting online.
Thank you. And Monica, can we allow that candidate in now?
He has just joined us.
Wonderful. Welcome, Dr. Nian.
Thank you. Good to be here.
And on behalf of the Marquette Elder Regional Educational Service Agency, we welcome you back as a second round candidate for our leadership position. We're going to talk about the format again for a brief moment. So I'd like all the other board members to introduce themselves as well. I'm president of the board, Julie Shaw. And we can just introduce ourselves by name this time because we gave a little history last time. So how about we go to Barb?
Barbara.
Lowell?
Lowell Larson. Hi, Lowell.
Hello, anybody hear me?
Steve, yes, we need you to introduce yourself next.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, would you ask Monica to let me into the meeting? It says, please wait, meeting host will let you in. And maybe I can get in there by
Steve?
Zoom here, yes. Wow.
This is Monica. I admitted you and it just says joining ... and it's not for some reason letting you in. I admitted you before Greg joined us. So for some reason, it's still processing that request.
Sorry, Greg. As you can see, we're having a little technical difficulties, so I apologize.
No problem.
Steve is with us by phone. He's trying to get to be with us through the computer as well. So, Steve, do you want to introduce yourself? And I guess we should have said where we're from again. I forgot to ask that.
Who am I with? Greg?
Yes.
Well, I'm not sure where I'm at or who I'm with, but this is Steve Norman from Chatham with a cotton picking.
Hi, Steve.
Hi.
Great. Shelley?
Hi, Shelley Ovink, and I'm out in the nice district in the western part of Marquette County.
Hi, Shelley.
Jamie?
Nice to see you again, Greg. I'm from Marquette.
Hi, Jamie. Good to see you too.
Paula?
Paula Sari from Marquette.
Hi, Paula.
Thank you all. The interviews will take up to 60 minutes. There are going to be approximately 15 to 18 questions tonight. And near the end, we'll give you an opportunity to ask questions of the board, as we did last time. Remember, comments may be submitted by our audience watching. Please email comments to our Michigan Leadership Institute consultant, Charles Andrews, at candrewsmli@gmail.com. And an opportunity will be provided for our candidate's closing statement as well. So Dr. Nian, the first round gave us an opportunity to learn more about your skills, experience, and credentials. How will you use these to successfully lead MARESA?
Sure. Good question. Well, I would say that, certainly my training as a school psychologist, it provides me with the perfect background to be an effective listener. I believe that being an effective listener is an essential part of being a good communicator. And I would say that my experience as an administrator has provided me with many years of the opportunity to really sharpen and hone my skills in the area of decision making. And, as the leader of MARESA, you need to have not only the knowledge and the experience, but you need to have some semblance of wisdom in order to move an organization like this forward. And I believe that, certainly my training and background and all of my years of experience have led me to this point in time. As I mentioned during my first interview, I've spent my entire life in the educational setting and arena. First as a K-12 student, and then certainly as an undergraduate, graduate, and doctoral student. And then my entire professional life as an educator, not only an educator on the front lines as a school psychologist, providing support to my fellow teachers and educators alike, but also as an administrator, the person who is largely in charge of and responsible for the creation of programs designed to ensure that all students can and will be successful. And so I guess to kind of bring all those statements together, I guess I'd like to say that I believe that, if you believe in fate or not, I believe that fate has led me here, and that I've really saved the best for last as far as my career. And I'd like to offer all that I have to MARESA.
Thank you, Greg. Barbara?
Greg, who has been the most influential person in your life and why?
Oh gosh, a number of people, but most likely my mother. I'm a first generation college student, and so what I mean by that is no one in my family had successfully attended or even attempted to attend college prior to myself. And I recall a conversation when I was about 17 years old, living on a dairy farm, and going to my parents saying, I intend to take over the farm, and I want to farm for the remainder of my life. And my mom looked at me and said, that's a great plan, but I'd like it if you had a backup plan. How about if you go to college and you get your degree, and if you still want to farm after that, all blessings to you. Well, she had the foresight and wisdom to know that if I went to college and was exposed to kind of some broader horizons, that chances are I wouldn't come back to farming. And yet, I guess I sort of had the last laugh because as I've gotten older, I've had the opportunity to engage in hobby farming myself. So I did find a way to come back to farming in the end, and certainly find value and worth in both professions. But I would say that, you know, my mom was definitely the most impactful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Paula.
Hi, Greg. I am curious that we all know that the school aid fund is going to be so affected by COVID-19. It's frightening to think where it's going to be and what the future is going to look like. But how will you navigate the ability to ensure that our local districts are going to work with us and collaborate with us?
Sure. So, of course, you can't you can't mandate the local districts to work with us. You know, I think that the services that MARESA provides are high quality services. They're services that sometimes can be provided by other vendors, and so I think the difference really becomes, you know, making MARESA the service that our constituent districts can't live without, rather than the district that, or the service that they need per se. And so, you know, I think you achieve that by A, earning their trust, and you know, B, demonstrating on a daily basis that you're credible, and that the organization has their best interests in mind. And that's not easily achieved, but it can be easily lost. And so I believe that you know, that's something that that will take some time, depending on where each constituent district views their relationship with MARESA. But you know, I absolutely agree with you. We're looking at some most likely draconian cuts to the educational budget, and yet how do we convince the legislature and you know, the politicians in Lansing that really investing in our students is investing in our future, and that our students really are the future of not only the MARESA footprint, but of Michigan and, you know, of each state respectively across the nation. So, you know, that's where the political aspect of this position is going to be crucial, Paula. And that's an aspect of this position that I very much look forward to and feel very comfortable in, and absolutely enjoy.
Shelley.
Greg, what's the role of MARESA in leading and supporting special ed services in our local districts? And what if the districts do not agree?
Sure. Good question. I anticipated this question. You know, I think if I'm correct, by statute, the ISDs exist to provide early on education, that special education leadership, and a superintendent position. I believe that those are the requirements under statute. I also understand that each MARESA develops, or each ISD rather, or RESA develops a special education plan, and that plan then is shared with the constituent districts. Now, I also understand that you know, over time, those plans, the basis for those plans may have been lost on some of the representative leadership by the districts. And so what I'm referring to here is, I'm not sure how long ago the MARESA special ed plan was created, but I would hazard a guess that not all of the superintendents sitting around the table were there for the creation of that plan. And so a big part of the successful implementation of that plan is transparency and ensuring that your superintendents, really as the leaders of their respective districts, understand what is and what is not in and a part of that plan. And so that's where, again, it comes back to communication and being able to demonstrate to the districts that the service that we are providing as a RESA is the best service that they can get, and that it is a service that they can also compare and understand to perhaps other prospective providers. Because in the end, as a superintendent, there are only so many resources that you have. And at the end of the day, you need to ensure as your district's leadership that you're going to provide the highest quality education to the students in your LEA. And I understand that, and I respect that. And so how do you work with the resources that you have and with the resources that are out there, and provide transparency to your district leadership, and provide them with the highest quality plan and service provision that's going to address the needs of all students with disabilities. Because in the end, that's really what it comes down to, is ensuring that we're addressing those barriers to learning that our students with disabilities have in front of them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I believe Steve is back on with us. Steve?
Yeah, first I'll need to apologize if you heard any of my comments about technology earlier. They
No
say
problem.
technology friendly. I don't know if friendly is the proper word at times.
Well, I think it gives us a good insight into what our students must be experiencing this day.
They probably have a cooler head though. Anyway, Greg, I'm not sure Charlie told you, but we had a couple questions that came to us by email from audience, and this is one of them. Share an example of how you, as a leader, thought out of the box or did something innovative to help your organization.
Sure. I guess I'll give you a couple of examples. One is a business related example from my previous district, and the other is more of a social emotional mental health example. So the business example from my previous organization, when I first toured the high school from my former district, one of the things that I noticed in this beautiful, well-maintained, relatively new building was that immediately upon entering the building, there was this area, and it reminded me of a dark storefront, and lots of glass, very good accessibility, but it was dark. And as I kind of peered in the windows, I could see that there was some merchandise in there. It was spirit wear for the school district and the high school in particular. And I had asked some questions about the area, and it was a school store, and the school store was open 1 hour a week from 2 until 3 o'clock every Friday. And so as I thought about that, I couldn't help but think, from a business point of view, what a colossal waste of prime real estate. And so what we did is we converted our spirit wear to an online offering, and we opened a Starbucks in that space. In our high school, we put a Starbucks, and the Starbucks was, of course, compliant with all of the the Wisconsin nutritional requirements. We also sold a la carte meals out of there. And we changed the way that we delivered our meal services at that high school. And we got away from the notion that students could only have breakfast from 7:30 until 8:15 and lunch from 11 until 12:15. And we opened it up all day long. The store was open and students could come in, they could get healthy choices for snacks, they could get breakfast on the fly, they could get lunch on the fly. And it ended up being a real boon to our food service account. And so, that was the business related example. I would say addressing the mental health needs of students, you may recall from my first interview, is certainly a priority to me. And a number of years ago, we really felt strongly in central Wisconsin that we wanted to make it really the stronghold for mental health service provision. And so as the local director of student services, I organized all of my counterparts from the Portage County area, and we leveraged a one-day professional development opportunity in just a very large venue that housed more than 1,000 teachers, where we implemented a consistent application of mental health service provision across all of the districts in our county. And the reason that we did that was because there's a fair amount of transiency between and among those districts. And so we believe that it was going to be crucial for the success of our students that did move among our districts, that they not have to start over in the process of receiving the supportive services that they needed to address their mental health needs. And so that was an example that was more of a, I guess, a mental health or multi-tiered system of support type of approach of collaboration that was certainly out of the box. And I'm happy to say that both of those examples continue to move forward today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, Greg. Next, last of the audience questions here. If you were selected, take us to May of 2023 and explain the top 3 changes you have led to strengthen MARESA.
Certainly. Well, I would say, and I would have to give some thought to how I might prioritize these, Lowell, but I would say increasing revenue would be among the top 3. I would say establishing some internal processes at MARESA, and I'll give you an example of what I'm referring to in just a moment. And number 3 would be, it would harken back to that special ed plan and the requirements under statute for such, and ensuring that there's transparency and a level of understanding for the services that we provide, and certainly the costing behind those services. So in terms of finance, I think that as I mentioned again during my first interview, I think MARESA is due to its location and the size and the number really of the enrollment of all of the districts within the Marquette Alger footprint. I think that we're poised to be successful applicants for state level grants. And I think capitalizing on those indirect costs is a no-brainer. I think, in terms of establishing some processes, I'm going to focus a little bit on the area of human resources, but that's certainly no direct or implied commentary as to any of the staff members at MARESA. I think what I would offer to you is my experience coming in as a new superintendent into MARESA. I'm used to a series of processes that you can rely on, and what I'm referring to is I'll give you 3 words: onboarding, offboarding, and reboarding. So as part of the onboarding process, I would say that you know, as a new superintendent or a new employee anywhere within MARESA, we should be able to articulate, demonstrate, and educate new employees as to what is the mission and vision of MARESA, what are our beliefs, what are the systems that that new employees need to be aware of, how do they access the resources that are at their disposal, what do they do if, and then fill in the blank. And so I think that that's an important part of that onboarding process. I think the offboarding process is somewhat self-explanatory, and you know, certainly the exit interview process the exit interview process is you know, part and parcel to offboarding. But I think that there's a lot to be learned from our employees who choose to leave the organization for one reason or another. How and where is that information being stored? Is it being captured? And how are we learning from that? I think of it in terms of the post-professional development exit slip. So when we provide quality professional development to our educators, at the end of that experience, we oftentimes will ask them, you know, did this meet your needs? How will you use it in the future? Will you use it in the future? And how can we improve this experience for the next individual? Those are the types of questions that we ought to be asking all of our employees who are leaving either our constituent districts or the MARESA organization. And then finally, I'll go back to the reboarding. I think once you establish a process by which you're able to very seamlessly educate your new employees, your existing employees are going to want something very similar. And so that's where that reboarding comes in. And so in a reboarding scenario, employees who perhaps have been with the district for quite some time would have the opportunity to meet with their supervisors, the administration, the leadership, perhaps the board, and be able to revisit and affirm the mission and vision of the district, the beliefs that we have as an organization, in an attempt to make sure that we've always got all hands on deck and rowing in the same direction. You know, so I guess that would be an example of you know, of that process aspect. And then I think, you know, I've touched already, Lowell, on kind of the need for transparency and understanding at a, you know, at a detailed level behind our special education plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jamie. Jamie, you're not unmuted. You need to unmute.
Sorry, Greg. Briefly describe your 90-day leadership plan beginning July 1st of this year.
Sure. So, you know, I think that visibility, Jamie, is front and center on that plan. Certainly, there's an element to being visible within the MARESA building, and ensuring that I get into every department, and not only with a cursory introduction, but with an in-depth understanding of what each individual does for and within the organization. So I think there's that organizational piece of the first 90 days, and then I think there's also the constituent district representation piece. And I'd be hard pressed to say that I'd be able to do the job that I'd like to do at the level I'd like to do in only 90 days, given the 12 districts and then 13 with the programs MARESA runs itself. But certainly I would have the opportunity to meet with the superintendents, hopefully some board members of their choosing. Hopefully other administrative team members at their discretion, and begin to be able to have the dialogue of, what are you mad, glad, and sad about as far as the MARESA organization goes. And then, finally, there's that community piece. And, again, because we're in this COVID environment right now, we're a little hampered at how much and how well we can get out into circulation. But certainly getting out into circulation is paramount to the success of this position, Jamie. And I would offer to you that whether I'm limited to this type of virtual environment that we're currently in, or whether or not some of the restrictions have been lifted. Again, I believe that relationships are one of my strengths, and that's certainly an aspect of this position that I look forward to. So I think what I've attempted to cover for you here, Jamie, is how I would address the organization, employees, certainly the constituent leadership, and then the larger community.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie.
Greg, explain the relationship between the superintendent and Board of Education within a peak performing governance team. And what if you disagree on issues is the second part of that question.
Sure. So, in a peak performing, governance type of relationship, I'm your employee, and you are my collective supervisor. So I serve at your discretion and will. Your job ideally is policy. I think from a board governance type lens, you have three main roles and function: hire and fire your superintendent, pass a balanced budget, and create policy. And my job then as the superintendent is to ensure that the policy that you see fit to pass is administered with fidelity. And I think that disagreement is and can be a natural part of any type of healthy relationship. As I mentioned during my first interview, I don't want a team of people surrounding me that are just going to nod their heads in agreement, because that's not how you develop a deeper understanding. That's not how you develop a more robust solution to whatever problem it is that you're trying to address. I think, however, it's oftentimes the manner in which people disagree that can be problematic. And yet I have every confidence that, with an organization such as MARESA, and with, folks experienced such as you are, that you can disagree without being disagreeable. And you can continue to move the organization forward and address the needs of the organization at a level that's going to be done much better again than if you just have people sitting around the table nodding their heads to anything that is uttered.
Thank you. Barb?
Greg, tell us about a time you made an unpopular decision. What was the outcome? How did you handle the feedback you received? And what did you learn from the experience that would change the way you would handle a similar situation in the future?
Sure. Well, there have been a number of very rich learning experiences I have had in my career, and I guess I'll replay some of what I may have mentioned during my first interview. In my previous position, I had a veteran staff member who, high quality teacher, but just a poor decision maker at times. And as a result of some poor decisions that had been made time and time again, there was a need for an improvement plan to be put into place. And I can't begin to outline the nature of some of these decisions that were made. They were just complete head scratchers. But human behavior, I can tell you as a psychologist, human behavior is very hard to predict. And so there was some behavior that needed to be addressed, and the whole world was watching, because this particular individual had friends in high places, and contrary to the Garth Brooks song, and when the administration moved forward with the plan as it had been outlined and recommended non-renewal of a tenured teacher, social media blew up. And it didn't matter the substance of why we were engaged in the action. It was all of the emotion that had been tossed out for public consumption in social media, and that was a very difficult experience for me. As a leader, because I have been very principle based, and I have come into each decision, each position of leadership, acknowledging that I came in with a set of morals and ethics intact, and I plan to leave the position with those morals and ethics still intact. And so this particular instance, it really it demonstrated to me that the morals, the ethics that I may have, no matter how much I may wish for them to be shared by everyone, they're often not. And so that was a hard lesson for me to learn. And I would say the other thing that I took away from that is I learned full well the power behind social media, and how many times it doesn't matter whether the action is right and wrong. It's how it gets portrayed and perceived out in the public that may steer the direction of a decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paula?
Greg, are there any current issues or past situations which may cause us as a board to have to be concerned about your selection?
Absolutely not. No, as I mentioned, I come into each position of leadership knowing that these are very political positions, and when you're in a position of leadership such as this, you're going to make decisions that some people are not going to like. And that's okay if you are making the decision based on the best interest of the students or the best interest of the organization. And so, is it possible that not everyone is happy with every decision I have ever made? Oh, I guarantee it. But I also guarantee that all of those decisions were made through the lens of what was best for the students and the organization.
Shelley.
All right. This is a long question. The MARESA board is looking for a leader who will be politically engaged in professional organizations, advocacy groups, and legislation. Please give an example of your experience in this capacity, how you've been an advocate for the needs of educational community at the local, regional, or state level, and the outcome of your advocacy efforts.
Certainly. Well, Shelley, I'm happy to report that I have significant background and experience in this area. First, as the leader of the professional organization for directors of special education, directors of pupil services while serving in Wisconsin. I had the good fortune to be elected the president of that organization. We were about 350 members strong during my tenure as president, and as such, I had the opportunity frequently to provide testimony at the Capitol in Madison, Wisconsin, on a number of issues, everything from seclusion and restraint legislation to Common Core standards legislation, and certainly everything in between. That position of leadership really propelled me into the next level of leadership when I had the opportunity to be the chairperson for the School Administrators Alliance, also in Wisconsin. School Administrators Alliance was an umbrella organization for all of the various administrative professional organizations in Wisconsin. So what I mean by that is, your directors of special education had an organization, your superintendents had an organization, your principals, your directors of curriculum, your business officials, they all have they each have their own respective professional organization. The School Administrators Alliance is a structure that brings leadership from all of those organizations together. And so again, I had the good fortune to be elected as the chairperson of the legislative committee for that organization. And so my charge was to, on a monthly basis or minimally at the quarterly basis, we would bring together leaders from all of those respective organizations, and we would create the legislative agenda for the upcoming session. And so as the leader, as the chairperson of that group, I felt very humbled to be in and among such highly talented and well-respected individuals across the state. And we were able to really introduce legislation that was very positive for students, not only from a fiscal point of view, but also from an academic point of view. And, I think in addition to introducing new legislation, we were also very effective at fighting off or pushing back on bad legislation. And so there again, my role in that capacity was to oftentimes provide testimony to various legislative members, committee leaders, and sometimes, in front of the governor himself at the time. So I feel like my experience in that area is very rich. But there was a second part to that question that I think I may have forgotten.
I think the part that I think is maybe not answered quite yet is the outcome of the advocacy efforts. Like, is there some outcomes you could report on?
Absolutely. So, as I mentioned, I think our outcome depended on either what we were trying to address and move forward, whether it was the example of mental health services and supports, certainly getting mental health providers into our school buildings across Wisconsin, establishing new funding streams for mental health services for students across the state, or a more recent example I would offer to you, not as the leader of any organization other than Burt Township School District. I think we were very successful this past year in getting our 22D Saving Paradise funds reinstated. And I think that, I feel like we've also been successful in pushing back on some of the Michigan compiled law under 388 1763, I believe it is. That's the section that talks about penalties for school districts that have a problem with licensing. And what I'm referring to here is relative to a comment that Senator McBroom made in a conference call earlier this week, in which he indicated that he is continuing to advocate for the restraint of MDEs clawing back resources that are taken by the Michigan Department of Education for issues that have to do with licensing. And so I may have briefly mentioned this during my first interview, but my first day on the job wasn't even under contract yet, and opened a letter from MDE indicating that we had been assessed a $25,000 penalty for a licensing issue that I had no part in, and had transpired the year before. And so over the course of the next several weeks and months, I began educating myself on the language of the statute. I began advocating for the district. I began a process of trying to appeal the decision. And 25,000 in a $1 million budget, it gets to be around 1 or 2%. And, as a district, we can't afford to give up any of the resources that are intended for our students. And so I'm trying to get to here is that during that conference call earlier this week with Senator McBroom, he is, he's trying to continue to advocate and speak on behalf of his constituent districts that that type of practice, certainly during the current cut in school aid fund that we're looking at, does not need to continue. If there are questions about the statutory language, let's address this after we're not looking at such a gaping hole in our budget. And so I would point to that as another and more recent example of how we've successfully been able to move legislation forward or address some of the negative effects of it. Very long answer.
I could just
It's a long question.
If I could briefly just interrupt and remind the board that we have about 15 more minutes in this session, and we have at least 3 more questions, and we certainly want to give our candidate an opportunity to ask questions to the board as well. So I'm going to hopefully move things along a little more quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg, I guess I'm up again here. Question is, despite best efforts, sometimes conflict cannot be avoided. Please tell us your approach in resolving conflict and give an example of a work conflict in which you were involved and how you reached the outcome.
Sure. So I think, again, I'm going to emphasize my training as a psychologist here and say that, I certainly recognize that conflict is part of the human condition, and that it can be unavoidable at times, especially when people feel very passionately about a subject matter. I understand that. I think understanding where people are coming from, being able to understand their viewpoint goes a long way towards avoiding conflict to begin with, but it can be, as you've mentioned, Steve, inevitable. And my approach to this has not really changed over time. I take a very direct approach, and I can tell you that I've worked with a lot of very talented cabinet members, and by cabinet members, I'm referring to my administrative team members. And oftentimes the conversation around our administrative team meetings can become, let's just say, spirited, and that's okay. I embrace that emotion that can oftentimes come with a conversation in which you're really invested. But when that that conflict becomes problematic and it prevents the organization or the process from moving forward, that's when someone needs to step in, Steve, and address it. And so the approach that I've preferred to take, as I mentioned, is a direct approach. I'll use some words from Stephen Covey here and say, seek first to understand, then to be understood. And I think that is really part one, is understanding both sides or all sides of a disagreement. I think beyond that, it really comes down to trying to identify where the common ground is, identify where there's opportunity for overlap and agreement between the two parties, and then trying to build or rebuild an understanding from that lens. And I think if we approach all of our disagreements or disputes with the lens from, is this going to move us forward as an organization, as individuals? If we can say yes to that, then we're probably moving in the right path. But if we can't, then we probably need to check our egos at the door and have some courageous conversations, as they say.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Okay, Greg, we'll probably need about 1 minute answers for these next three questions here, but
okay.
Imagine a scenario where one or two of the local superintendents are not interested in collaborating in areas because doing so would reduce their competitive advantage in the RESA. What role should the RESA superintendent play in this case?
Oh, good question. I would say mediator, if you want to reduce it to one word answers.
I said probably about 1 minute, but
yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
My mistake.
Yeah.
I would say the role of mediator, Lowell. Certainly, I've sat around hundreds, if not thousands, of meetings during my time as an administrator and school psychologist. Many of those have met with disagreement, and many have, many participants have felt that they were right and unwilling to change, or unwilling to perhaps understand the other party's viewpoint. But I think that, again, understanding perspective and helping, people understand the perspective of others goes a long way.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like I'm up again. Greg, Michigan has suffered financially due to COVID-19. Officials are predicting, as you probably know in your superintendent meeting, foundation allowances to be reduced between $300 and $1,200. Local districts in MARESA will have to make budget cuts. If you were to be the successful candidate for this position, what would be your approach to cutting MARESA's budget?
Well, Jamie, I would start off by offering that, I know what I don't know. And I know that I don't have enough in-depth knowledge about MARESA's budget to be able to point to a particular area and say that's where I would look to make reductions. I think what I would do, Jamie, is I would again have that conversation with our superintendents about what is the mission and vision of each of our organizations, and we all know that it's to educate our youth. Now, along the way, we provide an awful lot of other supportive type services, and I know that this is going to raise some eyebrows and perhaps be unpopular, but athletics. Athletics are an area that right now we're really not able to say definitively that we're going to be able to keep our student athletes safe. And so I think that there are some natural areas of school district budgets that we can look to and ask some hard questions and have some tough conversations around that may provide us with some immediate flexibility. I'm not advocating for the dismantling of athletics as we know it, not by any stretch, but I think if we again look at it from a primary mission point of view and from a safety versus academic progress type.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't looking for cuts to district budgets. I was talking about MARESA cuts.
Yeah, and so Jamie, I guess what I would say is I would need to rely on the expertise and the knowledge of others who have way more information in that area than I do before I could answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Greg, here's the last one for you, and it kind of ties into the question Lowell had. And it goes, because of schools of choice, districts now are in competition for students. This has caused a lack of trust between some school districts. How do you see this affecting MARESA itself, and what ways can we increase collaboration between our 13 districts?
That is the $1 million question, Steve. It used to be that as a public education institution, if a student was born into your LEA boundary, they became your student and you served them, and all was happy and well. But we've got really the elimination of boundaries now with school choice and virtual schools, and big business is always knocking at the door of public education and is always wanting a bigger and bigger slice of that educational budget that comes out on an annual or biannual basis. So what you're speaking to, Steve, is front and center probably the biggest challenge, or one of the biggest challenges for any leader of an ISD or RESA. I think I think first of all, it does come down to leadership. It comes down to credibility. It comes down to reputation. It comes down to knowledge, and it comes down to an individual's capacity to exercise wisdom in their judgment. And I would certainly never profess to be able to accomplish such an undertaking alone. It takes a team. And I'm not talking just about the MARESA leadership team. I'm talking about the team of superintendents that fall into the Marquette Alger the footprint. You know, there can be a lot of consternation in and among superintendents when there is a feeling of competition, and it is competition. I mean, let's be clear about that. So, you know, I think at the end of the day, again, our desire, our pure desire as educators, is to provide the highest quality education for the students that we serve. And yet the playing field is not equal. And some districts have far greater resources than others. What role does MARESA play in leveling that playing field? I would argue that that's an important role and function for the MARESA superintendent. And that's not an easy or an answer that I can provide within the time constraints that remain, certainly. But I think, getting back to the heart of the question, yes, there is competition, and there are going to have to be some conversations among the superintendents that are very open and honest, and may not have been able to have been had in the past because it simply didn't feel like a safe environment. And so I think that part of the role and function of this position, whoever is successful in this position, it will be in their ability to create that safe environment and be able to move those hard conversations forward.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your responses, Greg. And we only have a few minutes left. So is there anything else you'd like to add as a closing statement?
No, I'll, the questions that I might have would certainly keep for another day. I just want to say, thank you to the board for having me back for this second round. This is a very important decision. I believe that you certainly understand the magnitude and the importance of a leadership position as this. And I certainly I respect your process, and I respect the decision that you have in front of you. And I certainly wish you well tonight in your deliberations. So with that, I'll say thank you.
You froze, so I don't know if you can hear the leadership position. And the Board of Education may take action tonight, and you'll be notified as soon as possible of any decisions made by the board. And on behalf of our proud region, again, thank you for being here today.
Thank you. My pleasure. Good luck.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Jamie.
Hello, everyone. Our next candidate is in the waiting room. Do you need a break, or would you like to just push forward?
I recommend 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
At least bathroom break.
Okay, I will let that person know that we'll be ready in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, it looks like everybody's back. Monica, if you want to let Melanie in.
Okay, I am admitting her into the meeting right now.
Thank you. Hi, Melanie, welcome.
There, I'm unmuted now.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. We welcome you back as a second round candidate for our leadership position.
And I thank you very much for providing me the opportunity. I appreciate that.
I'm going to take a brief moment to describe our second round format. And we'll have the Board of Education wow, do we need to do this with Melanie? She knows everybody. Probably not. The interview may take up to 60 minutes. There will be approximately 15 to 18 questions. And near the end, we'll give you an opportunity to ask questions of the board. And for the audience, comments may be submitted to our audience watching. Please email comments to our Michigan Leadership Institute consultant, Charles Andrews, at candrewsmli@gmail.com. So that's Andrews, sorry. And an opportunity will be provided for our candidate's closing statement at the end. So I'm going to start us off, Melanie, with the first question. The first round gave us an opportunity to learn more about your skills, experience, and credentials. How will you use these to successfully lead MARESA?
To summarize the skill set that I have that I expressed in the last interview, I have a strong background in change leadership. I have a strong background in instructional leadership. I have a strong background in organizational management. And I also have a strong background in building a collaborative culture so that all three of those things can really blossom, because I really feel that underneath all of that is that ability to work with a group of people or groups of people and have some collaborative norms and have some working relationships that are positive so that there's collegiality and there's forward momentum and we're not stalled by emotions and people bringing in negativity. And there's ways to do that. I have a lot of skills and training with that. I've had all of the adaptive schools and the cognitive coaching training that's very specific to that level of work. And I've used that work for multiple years. I've never done business the same since I've had that training as an administrator and as an instructional leader. It's critical. And it's critical to build that level of leadership and collaborative capacity also within the organization so that you're working on building a structure of leadership at all levels within the organization. As far as organizational management goes, I have a lot of background. I've done a lot of projects with organizing programs, starting new programs, getting systems running smoother, systems level work. If you want me to elaborate on that more, I can in the interview. Yeah, I know I mentioned some things, my work at Holt, my work at Inland Lakes, what I'm doing right now at MARESA. I can elaborate on that some more. But there's structures and things that just make organizations run better. And a lot of that involves communications and communication plan. I will dip into that for a minute because that's something very current that's happening right now. I just came out of a meeting this morning with Trey and Gabby and Monica. And that reading was a result of some leadership dialogue at the table, at the leadership table, where we've been speaking about it all year, the fact that we really need to look at addressing our communication plan, both internal and external for MARESA. And the proposal that came off the leadership table is that we would start with a foundation communications team. And that is the four that I just mentioned, myself, Trey, Monica, and Gabby. And we have the focus right now on working on the toolkit so that we are making sure that that's really presenting well for the community as well as the LEAs. And I'm referring to the remote learning toolkit. So that is just an example of that organizational management piece that needs to happen where you need to really fine tune things and refine things. change leadership and working with building people's capacity. Like I said, the collaborative foundation needs to be there, but there's other layers to building the capacity of others. And that's part of the change leadership and understanding how implementation science works, understanding how do you build a dynamic plan or a strategic plan, as some people refer to it as. I like to use the terminology dynamic since it's never a static event, even though there's a framework there. And some of it is just even the organizational management with technology and how do you use technology very effectively within the organization, is what to communicate internally as well as externally, and to organize all the work that you're doing.
Thank you very much. Barb.
Melanie, who has been the most influential person in your life and why?
Oh, that one's pretty easy. I would say the most influential person was probably both my mother and my father, but for different reasons. I think that they taught me the very core foundations of who I am as a human being. And they both had really, really wonderful qualities to share and give to me. So I was very fortunate because I drew a very lucky card when it came to the parent card. But you know, they taught me integrity, they taught me trust, they taught me how to work hard, how to be well, treat other people well, and all the foundations that I feel like have been the foundations of my moral character. When I look at, as I've advanced as a professional, I can mention a couple people that I know had a tremendous impact on me as leaders. One was a gentleman named Richard DiLorenzo. I worked with him with the Reinventing Schools Coalition and part of my work up at Alaska. He's probably one of the most tremendous educators I ever worked with. And I feel that I gained a tremendous amount from him. And there's many, many more people who've influenced me professionally.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Paula?
Oh, hi, Melanie.
Hi, Paula.
We all know that COVID-19 is going to severely financially strap school districts and probably the MARESA also in some regards. But how would you ensure that all the local districts will work in cooperation and collaboration with the MARESA?
Well, I've already been thinking about this pretty heavily. I was in the Mesa Region 1 meeting this week, and it was a 2-hour meeting that a lot of it focused on budget and some of what we're going to have to be wrestling with at the MARESA level as well as at the district level. And it's pretty serious. We have so many unknowns. So there's a part of you that doesn't want to just completely panic and jump and because we don't know exactly what the outcome will be, but we know that the outcome is going to involve us getting very proactive now with strategic planning and looking at, you know, best case scenarios, but worst case scenarios, but not looking at it as a tragedy, looking at it as an opportunity to make change, to make innovation, to have growth happen, along with managing the budget crisis. There's going to be some very difficult conversations, and you know, I'm just going to put it on the table now. I mean, they could go to the level of consolidation, and we know that, and we need to not shy away from that. And those are the toughest conversations we're going to have. And we need to collectively. This is my philosophy: is collectively, we have over 9,000 students in Marquette and Elgin County, and as administrators and as educational leaders. And that's whether you're from LEA or from MARESA, we need to come together as leadership and talk about what is going to be best for all 9,000 students. It's not just a district conversation. And I know that's hard because everybody's going to dig in deep and go into their district and try to defend their territory. And, you know, and you're going to have to. I mean, any good administrator is going to be doing that. It doesn't matter what position you're in. You are going to be closing down on home and you are going to be working hard to make sure and ensure that what's under your charge continues to function. That does need to happen, but we also have to have collective conversations about how do we support each other in this process and not tear each other apart. How do we it's not a competitive process, it's going to be a collaborative process. How is it, even if we have to have those really rough conversations that could lead into a conversation about consolidation at some time in the future? How is that a collaborative process and not a competitive process? So it's going to take, I think, that underlying skill set that I was referring to earlier, of that we have to really work on the collaborative culture, and we really have to work holistically together. But individuals, if they have outlying feelings and they have we need to be listening to those outlying feelings too, and like working, having those people let their voice be heard. And it's not always going to be smooth, but everybody needs to like work through that process. And I think as leadership at MARESA, we need to really help allow that process to happen. But keeping in mind that that process has to be anchored in collegiality and collaborative work. You're welcome.
Shelley.
Hi, Melanie.
Hi.
What is the role of the MARESA in leading and supporting special ed services to our local districts? And what if the districts do not agree?
The role of all the ISDs is to play a role in special education. I mean, that's part of state law. So that's a given. The other interesting thing with special education is there's a lot of law involved with special education that we have to carry out at the MARESA level. And then in turn, districts have to carry out, and there has to be continuity between the relationships there so that things are done legally and done timely. We also have the budget. I'll put that right out on the table. We know we have already started dialogue at MARESA on the special education funding, the formula that's presently in place, and how that's impacting our local districts right now. We also know from feedback from district leaders that that is not working for them. So that is a conversation that we're going to have to move forward with, and we need to look at what is going to work. I think that there needs to be, once again, going back to what I just said a minute ago, the ability for everybody's voice to really come out on the table, and not just voice, but data. I think a lot of times we have conversations about things and we don't have the data, we do not have the figures underneath it, and we don't have that deeper conversation around the reality underneath it so that everybody has a shared understanding of what all the realities are. And then looking at, again, what is the best holistic way we can move forward. At some point, anybody has to make a decision. In the case of MARESA, because we're an organization that's managing 2 different counties and multiple districts, it is very, very hard to get everybody happy and on the same page. So when you come to consensus, you have to come to a level of consensus, which is the level of consensus that is, even if you don't fundamentally fully believe in what the plan is, you're willing to go along with the plan, at least if you can get everybody to that level, so that you don't have that constant tension and that constant pullback. So that's what you're always looking for when you're looking at doing collaborative work and making final decisions. When we make a decision at MARESA, if I know that someone is not happy with that decision, I would want to be really upfront about that. In other words, have all the understanding of why that person is unhappy, but in turn, I would want that person to have all the understandings of why MARESA had to make the decision that they did for the good of the whole. And I have found traditionally for the last 25 years of the business that I have been in, when I go in and have an honest conversation and I put the whys on the table and use data, it usually comes out where like, okay, we get this. Even if it's not where I exactly want this to be, we get it. Or I get it, we get it. And also too, people are very much more agreeable with even a decision that they don't always care for if they feel like they at least had a voice in the process and they weren't ignored in the process.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi,
Steve.
Melanie. This is Steve. I have the next question here is share an example how you as a leader thought out of the box or did something innovative to help your organization. And this actually is a question that came out of an audience or email from the last interviews.
Great. I'm going to start with a way back beginning of my career example, and then I am going to just echo that into a more current contemporary MARESA. I would say, and part of the reason I want to go back to the beginning is I'm talking about my first experience in education, which was working for the Saginaw Chippewa tribe, having the charge primarily of creating a secondary education program. I looked at that whole situation and the team of people that I had to work with, and together what we did is, we created a plan that met the needs of those students and the families that were there residing on the reservation. The school was targeted toward families that lived locally on the reservation. The program was targeted towards students who had already been dropping out of the regular public school system. So we already knew there was a massive level of disengagement. So I could talk for a day on how much work that we did there to establish programming, but in a nutshell, what I did is I needed to create a program that aligned to the content standards, the curriculum standards. That was kind of before the Michigan Merit curriculum days, but it was when the standards were starting, the very first Michigan standards were starting to roll out. So I needed to make a valid education program so those kids could be competitive or walk out of that program and start college and get an SAT score that was decent. Back then it was an ACT score. That was really what we were working with. I needed that to happen. I needed a culture-based program so that there was engagement and understanding and culture and acknowledging the culture that was there. I wanted a fine arts program because that was lacking and I felt that it was very valuable. And so we made a cultural arts as well as a fine arts program and a cultural-based program. And my other was, after looking at the population too, recognize that they needed to be in the bush. And what I mean by that is that we needed a wilderness-based program. I came from a wilderness-based programming background. I know the value of it to work with adolescents, especially disengaged adolescents or adolescents that have addiction issues. And we embedded it all. We had a full-blown experiential education program. We did things like extensive 10-day paddle trips on Buffalo National River in Arkansas. We did the Everglades. We were up in the Arctic Circle. We did rivers in Canada. We traveled to all the different reservations for cultural trips. We were in Oaxaca, Mexico. We did massive experiential education projects that were embedded in the curriculum work we were doing back in the school. So all of it was integrated. So that was just a very big innovative project that pretty much at the heart of that was looking at what do we really need to do for this population, and what does this population want to have happen? Because I had deep community engagement with that project. I had elders that were permanent staff in the program doing cultural work, worked heavily with families, and we were in and out of what was called Seventh Generation, which was the cultural program. The clinic was in the health program, was deeply embedded, and the people were coming over and teaching from that. So it was a beautiful community-based program. So I would say there was a lot of innovation there, and it was really fun. And once again, very much aligned to the needs of the population that we were designing programming for. And I was the primary leadership behind all of that. And I would say it was not an I project, it was absolutely a we project. I had a beautiful team and I was able to headhunt and get a whole bunch of people on the team that I wanted, because that's part of the strategy. And, we did some incredible work for an extended period of time. I was at the Saginaw Chippewa tribe for 18 years. When you look more at MARESA right now in innovation, just came off, like I mentioned earlier in the interview, the communications planning table today. What we were focusing on is the remote learning toolkit. That's going to be a place that's just ripe for innovation. I mean, we have Trey and Gabby on board at MARESA already, who are just outstanding in the technology realm and outstanding with ideas of innovation. We had deep conversation today, not only about the website and the toolkit, but how do we as MARESA need to define this work that we need to do with blended learning, define the work we need to do with virtual learning, and all the different layers of definition that go in that, because there's multiple facets to doing this work in teaching students remotely. We know this work has to happen. this work has to happen regardless of what the outcome is. I'm actually not excited about COVID-19 from the health standpoint, clearly. Nobody is. But the only part that I draw from this with great optimism, and I'm actually very excited about, is the potential that it has to be a disruptor for the educational process to increase innovation. These are a lot of the things that are happening right now should have been happening already at a much deeper level than they have been. But it takes a big disruption sometimes for change to happen. I don't like the disruption to the learning that's happened for our students, obviously, you know, and for our teachers and our staff. I mean, this has been a very brutal time. But as much as we need to navigate that, there is a positive side to this, that absolutely we are resilient. Students are resilient. Educators are a resilient group. There is no reason we can't come out of this in a really good, strong way. And I only feel that what we come out of this with is not only going to help us get through any type of crisis that's coming in the future, but also do the normal work that we, you know, what we consider the norm at a much higher, deeper level. And it's going to be ongoing work. It's only just begun. And so I am super excited about that and the role that I can play in that in my position at MARESA, regardless of what position I'm in. It's going to be a big piece of the work that I'm doing.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you, Steve.
Speaking of the future, our next question, last audience question, it says, if you were selected, take us to May 2023 and explain the top 3 changes you have led to strengthen MARESA.
By 2023, what I would love to see is that, first of all, we would have looked at the strategic plan that's in place. That's up for a review in 2020 anyway. And we need to look at that and see what is needs to stay and what needs to go and what needs to be refined. I won't get into that conversation right now, but it needs work. So we would look at that. We would look at what was the goals by 2023 that we had set, so that there's some SMART goals inside the strategic dynamic plan. I know some of the big things that I would be having conversation about. It would be we would need to have this communication plan and the public relations plan and this whole internal, external communication piece done at a very high professional level. And I would be recommending that we have some professional input on that beyond the teaming that we can do at the MARESA level. And by 2023, that would be polished. That would already be in motion and being fluidly executed. And I'm talking a beautiful website. I'm talking like internal, organizational, the whole everything on communicating to internal and external. The other would be is I think that we need to look at our 2 big departments, which is special ed and general ed, and really articulate under each one of those departments, educate, advocate, collaborate, and innovate. What does that look like? And what are the products that are happening? And what is coming out of that? And what does that look like? And that should be part of the strategic plan. And then 2023, what's determined can be cleaned up and done by 2023. We should be seeing that in spring of 2023. And then I know in the special education area, there's some wonderful ideas that are they're talking about developing on top of the work that's already being done. We also just mentioned the budget piece, that would be cleaned up and there would be continuity there. And let's get over this elephant in the room about special education and funding. We've got to get through that sooner than later, because it's definitely getting in the way of progress. The gen ed side, if you look at the gen ed side, that once again too, there's some beautiful things coming out of the gen ed side. But there also is, I feel like, a huge gap of like instructional leadership and like really getting fine tuning and refining. What are we doing to really lead instruction and professional learning out of the gen ed side at a level that's just far more organized than it is right now, more deeply aligned with best practice and initiatives in the state. Those are the things I've been working on this year. I've collaborated with the FAME. I've collaborated with Reading Apprenticeship. I'm trying to bring in things that are aligned to the state initiatives that are funded from some other sources so that we're not completely dependent on, you know, trying to pull this out of our general fund to make these things happen. And then also look at, I mean, obviously now what we need to really, really look at is how do we do best practice, rigorous instruction using technology and blended formats. I mean, there's definitely going to be a shift into that realm now, sooner than later. So by 2023, I would say in the spring of 2023, that would be a piece that would be very much we would feel in charge of. Right now, I think we feel pretty vulnerable about doing that work. And by then, even though it's an ever-changing world, we would be confident in that world and we would be moving forward. I also would want to see on the strategic plan is just all of the future funding predictions and things that we need to do to keep making us more fiscally stable. And one item that I would just pull on that right now is when I've been working with the CTE and the middle college. I've been a part of all of the strategic planning meetings for that and been working with Brian Sarvello closely on that. So I have a pretty good understanding of what's been working for that program to fund it, what's not working, and what do we need to do to develop that. And there's several strategies that need to take place and continue to take place. And I'm using that as like a microcosm for a minute to look at each thing that we are going to embrace. If we're going to embrace it and do it well, we need to look at long range funding strategies to make sure that it's funded at the level it needs to be funded at, and that it's not something that we develop a beautiful program and it goes away because there isn't a stable funding source, or we put a whole bunch of money into something that doesn't lead us anywhere. I mean, that conversation needs to go hand in hand. What's that quality product and how that we're going to continue to produce, and what is the stable funding source, or at least a stable funding plan, even though we know there's a lot of flexibility with funding, especially at the ISD level with all the different facets that we have to marry together to fund projects. So I would say those would be my top three that would be in 2023, that we would have communications, we would have clearly articulated gen ed and special ed goals that are related to educate, advocate, collaborate, and innovate. And we would have all of our little funding projects that we need to be working on, moving in the right direction.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Jamie?
Gotta get unmuted here. Briefly describe your 90-day leadership plan beginning July 1st.
Beginning July 1st, first 90 days, I have the advantage of at least having some background on the organization. And so I would be able to jump right into the different categories. I would look at the initial strategic plan. I would want to work with the board on digging into that plan. I feel that we need to continue the work that we've started with the vision and mission work that we've began. We need to articulate that deeper, and how does that articulate? And that's really what the strategic dynamic strategic plan is about, because that is articulating it. And then underneath that, then drilling down and going even deeper on how does that then manifest in action, in timelines, in goals. I think that's part of the organizational management piece that we need to organize at MARESA. So that even though we're focused and on a journey, we're on a journey that's measurable, because unless you measure it and keep track of it, you don't know when things get done and you don't know if they're happening. And we should have a plan in place of, when is reporting on this happening, so that you're informed as a board, but also the whole organization is informed, so that everybody knows that the work that they're doing ties back to the strategic plan. Then that would be a lot of work in the first 90 days. So that would take some, that would be some meetings, and that would be some time, and that would be a lot of work. I know in what would be a spinoff of that, or a part of that conversation, would be this communications plan work. When I was first investigating MARESA, when I was interested in the associate superintendent position, and just looking at the resources there for communication, I noticed some of the gaps then, I'm just going to be honest, and some of those gaps are still there. And so I just feel that, that is a conversation I'd want to have a much deeper conversation about that with the board and also with our whole organization. And the other would be, and that's part of the strategic plan. The other would be working with our districts and what would the plan of action of like the structure of the leadership meetings, the principal meetings, the superintendent's roundtables, and how will that structure look? And will it look different than the structure that we have in place right now? What are the needs that need to be addressed so that that becomes a functional meeting? Because there's times when it needs to just be business in a meeting, but there also needs to be a professional learning component in all of that too. And those two need to be married and streamlined together so that we're always in this process of learning and growing together, as well as coming together and getting business done. But there's some nice structures in place already. I'd love to have the voice from everybody in the field a little bit deeper on how we'd like to see that structure moving forward so that those experiences are really valuable for all the administrators in the districts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Explain the relationship between the superintendent and Board of Education within a peak performing governance team. What if you disagree on issues?
To be peak performing, there has to be trust. And I'll just say that right out of the gate. I mean, there has to be transparency and trust. And if that's not there, I don't think you're ever going to have a good relationship between administrator and a board. So sometimes that takes work. It takes time sometimes to develop that. But once again, I feel like the more that you can answer the whys and have, kind of to directly answer your question of sometimes everybody's not on the same page. It goes back to what I said earlier, that there has to be that data in the conversation and the why behind. It's not just the what. It's not just what we're doing and then people are uncomfortable. You can't leave it there. That's where the uncomfort comes. And then if you're uncomfortable, you're not so sure when it moves forward, if you're going to trust that it's going to work. And then now you start having this whole relationship piece deteriorate. So it needs to be honest. It needs to be very, we need to be vulnerable on the table. We need to be also authentic at the table and not playing games. And I think it just needs to be nuts and bolts. Let's roll up our sleeves and let's get working together and let's get busy, but do it in a way that's very collaborative and supportive. I would add that to what I would want to have already done by 2023, by the way, is that I would love to see the whole MARESA organization trained with the adaptive schools and the cognitive coaching work, because we are field consultants that need the cognitive coaching training. And we are an organization that needs the adaptive schools component of it so that we are all collectively, consciously working together on the same page, using the same terminology of how we work together. And I can tell from a previous experience that I had, one of the biggest mistakes I made is I did not engage the board in that process deep enough. It was actually not me, it was the superintendent I was working for, but I was a part of that project. So I want responsibility for that, because the board is just as integral as the rest of the organization. But everybody, no matter what role you're in the organization, you play a leadership role, but also we need to be clear on defining on what those roles are. As board members what your roles are. You're not in charge of everything. There's certain things that you got to be really in charge of, right? And so those are within that ability, everybody needs to understand everybody's role, but everybody needs to be deeply engaged in the process.
If I could
Thank you, Barb.
If I could briefly interject here for just a second, we have 7 more questions left and we've used up a half of the hour already. So Melanie, we want to give you a chance to have your questions answered by the board. So I'm going to try to ask you to move it along, please.
Thank you. Thanks for the timekeeping, Charlie.
Melanie, tell us about a time you made an unpopular decision. What was the outcome? How did you handle the feedback you received? What did you learn from the experience that would change the way you would handle a similar situation in the future?
I will actually refer to moving into when we did a bond issue, we moved into a one-to-one initiative. And the one-to-one initiative, because of the bond process, kind of came faster to the district than we planned, than a lot of the teachers had planned for. There was opportunity to be involved in a state level grant that came at the same time, and to be involved in that state level grant, there was a lot of requirements that we had to do and changes that we had to make within our program pretty expediently, and then also embrace those things for a long-term project. I really had to work with my union leadership for the MEA, and that's where as I started presenting that and moving forward, my comfort level was very high with it, because I'm like, yes, we've got this opportunity, we can move on it. I was all ready to go. I realized right away, like, whoa, not everybody wanted to move on this, and that I had raised the level of anxiety is what I had done in the organization. To the point where, you know, a lot of people, when their anxiety is high, rely on their resources, one of which is MEA, which is fine, this is good. So basically had to really work with them on just looking at, once again, going back to what I said earlier of like, let's come to the table, let's really talk about the whole scope of this project. Let's slow it down, Melanie, so that, you know, you can really like not be threatening people. But also, I was insistent that this project has to move forward and we have to embrace this. So I was willing to negotiate with how we would move forward with it, but I wasn't really willing to negotiate with the fact that it was going to happen. And I wasn't very popular for a while, but it became, as we moved forward and people had voice and everyone was able to engage in the process. And then as we engaged in the process and we had some nice scaffolds to do that, and people were able to get their comfort level and realize like they can embrace it, it ended up being an outcome that was very positive. And we moved forward beautifully with executing all the things that we needed to do for the grant, and then above and beyond, because it really started changing the whole embedding instructional technology into instructional practice with a group of people who literally didn't even have access to computers, or kids that did not have access to computers at the beginning of the project. So kind of goes back to, once again, that relationship piece and being willing to listen and being willing to collaborate, but also being very firm that we need to make progress happen here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Paula?
Melanie, are there any issues or situations, current or past, that would cause the board to have some concern about selecting you?
Absolutely not. And you can talk to everybody in my previous past. I would be comfortable, I mean, and not even, I'm not referring to the people on my resume. We all know that everybody's going to put, you know, people of recommendation on their resume that are either their, have been their supervisors. And if, you know, you review my resume, I actually categorize that I have, you know, my people who supervise me, and then I have the list of colleagues who've worked deeply with me on projects. I would love to have you speak with any of them. But if you wanted to visit any of the, you know, my previous district I was in and just talk to whoever without even me giving you a name to talk to, I would be 100% comfortable with it, because I really don't have any skeletons in my closet. And I also feel like it's honesty. It's like if they want to say something that you need to know about me, of how I work, then I would want them to say that, whether it was good or bad. But I think I would get a pretty positive review for the most part.
Shelley?
Hi, Melanie.
Hi, Shelley.
The MARESA board's looking for a leader who will be politically engaged in the professional organizations, advocacy groups, and legislation. Please give an example of your experience in that capacity. How have you been an advocate for the needs of the educational community at the local, regional, your advocacy?
Okay, Shelley, you kind of froze, but for sake of time, I have a feeling, I think I got the question. The question is, how would I work and advocate at the regional, state, regional, and local levels. Is that
That's
accurate,
correct.
Julie? Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Yes, and then what is the outcome of those efforts?
Absolutely. I'd like to share currently what I'm working on in the capacity of associate superintendent, which is aligned with that work, and it would shift a bit if it was superintendency position, because obviously there's a different role that you would play with advocating than I would play right now as a gen ed director. But I joined immediately the General Education Leadership Network out of Mesa, which is a organization that meets monthly. And within basically the first half of the year, I expressed interest in, but then also was invited to join the disciplinary literacy task force that's a part of that organization. I chose to make that commitment. That's not one that I had to make at all. One of the primary reasons I chose to do that is because as the dialogue started about the rollout for disciplinary literacy, and they were talking about the academies that they were going to do and the one-day rollouts, the farthest north they were going was Gratiot, Isabella County. And I'm like, wait, hold the phone. This is not going to go down this way. So I just joined the team and then when I joined the team, I joined the subcommittee of the team that's all about planning for conferences. So I'm working with them right now at the state level to plan the summer institutes for disciplinary rollout. That's happening up at MARESA. So I mean, it's basically you get in there in your action. You join those groups because your voice is not heard unless you're at the table. But I'm also feel like really strongly of like, you don't complain because you're not invited to the table. You join the table and then you get to work and you start working on things. And you don't complain because someone's left you out. So that's one example. The other examples would be the formative assessment, Michigan Formative Assessment Project, the FAME project. I've been involved with that for years at state level. I mean, I've been involved in the research out of MSU. I have been a massive advocate. In fact, she's not on my resume, but she's somebody that if you spoke to Kim Young about me at the MDE, she would have a lot of things to be able to tell you about my ability to advocate and my ability to lead, because I have led FAME in my regions for years. She was extremely excited that I was willing to take that leadership role on to move it into the UP and make that a stronger initiative here. So that is something that, I've been putting a lot of energy into since I came to the Upper Peninsula last summer. Also the reading apprenticeship, that is another project too that's statewide that I reached out to start advocating for having that accessibility in the UP, because it's never really been up in the UP either. So that's just 3 really good examples right there where I have no problem digging right in, and I have always operated that way. If I need something, I go find it. As a superintendent, I think that politically it would be a different role, and there would need to be some engagement. All of the committee meetings and everything happening in Lansing, those are open meetings. We could be sitting in the audience of some of those meetings. And sometimes I think those meetings would go different if educators were sitting in the audience. So that's a whole nother conversation that I know we don't have a lot of time on right now, but there is ways to engage at the political level. It's wonderful to write letters, and it's wonderful to do some of those reactionary type responses to our legislators. But there's also ways that you can get directly involved so that you're more in the thought process and like guiding the thought process.
Melanie, the next question would be, despite best efforts, sometimes conflict cannot be avoided. Tell us about your approach to resolving conflicts and give us an example of a work conflict in which you were involved and how you reached the resulting outcome.
In general terms, conflict resolution, I actually have some previous training in conflict resolution, and some of that also comes with cognitive coaching training. How you learn how to bring people through conversations to help scaffold the conversation so that you can have the conversation rise to the occasion that it needs to be. Like with restorative practice, that's a skill. I've had a lot of restorative practices trainings that I use to resolve conflict, in particular with students. I'll use that as an example right now because that's a really good example. I had two teenage senior girls who were having some pretty extreme conflict that was creating so much conflict that the whole senior class was having conflict, and there was sides, and it was getting ugly, and physical fights and the whole 9 yards. I brought those two in and did restorative practice, conflict resolution conversation with them. That's a structured conversation. They left that conversation with plans to go shopping together that weekend, completely shut down the issue. It was done and over with, and it never arose again. And so, I mean, there is like strategies and skills to resolve conflict. So that's one piece of it. If you're part of the conflict, or you're one of the folks that the other person has conflict with, then I recommend sometimes that third party coming in to help with scaffolding that, so that there can be a very fair conversation that happens between like myself and the person that would have conflict with me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lowell?
We lose Lowell?
I think we did. I'll go ahead and ask his question. In your first, oh, he's there. Sorry.
Sorry about that. Just came back online. I had to restart the Zoom meeting. So am I asking my question now? Okay. In your first interview, you talked about extensively about the benefits of collaboration. Imagine a scenario where one or two of the local superintendents are not interested in collaborating in areas because doing so would reduce their competitive advantage in the RESA. What role should the RESA superintendent play in this case?
Well, the communication piece is there. I mean, any part of the training that I have for collaborative work is to work with that person that's not comfortable at the collaborative table. That's a part of it. You can't force people what to think. You can't change somebody ultimately. But what you can do is you can come to the table with them. That is the type of situation that I wouldn't do at a group table. I would want to have that be more of a deeper one-on-one conversation with that person to really find out what are their needs, why they feel they can't engage in the collaborative work, validate their thoughts, and and keep inviting them to the table. You can't force them to the table. You can't change somebody's competitive nature, and that's not necessarily a bad quality to have. I mean, we all have a degree of being competitive. I mean, that's what drives us as human beings, right? So I would look at like, what are those qualities that person has, and not necessarily look at them as disadvantages, but maybe that's the asset. Look at how that they could maybe help with the collaborative work, bringing their assets to the table, and continue to have that invitation. And also really hear what their concerns are, because there's lots of different reasons why people don't want to collaborate. And you just sometimes really have to get to what that barrier is. And that barrier can range from you mentioned the competitive nature. That could be one reason. But there's been a lot of times when I've pulled people into collaboration, and the reason that they haven't collaborated is just their own, like a personal insecurity, or feeling like at the table they're not welcome, or there's all sorts of internal dialogue that people have going on the emotional level. And I'm not saying you got to get all touchy-feely about everything, but at the same time, you do have to tap into that, that side. We're all humans. I mean, there is something driving everyone's decisions, and in their thought processes. And I guess as a MARESA leader, I would just always want them to know that the invitation to collaborate is on the table, and we would love to have them sitting in the chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jamie?
Yeah, Michigan has suffered financially due to the virus. Officials predict the foundation allowances, they're going to be reduced anywhere from 300 to 1,200. And in the superintendent's meeting, I think with all of them, they said it was closer to 1,000 with Ed McBroom. Local districts in MARESA will have to make budget cuts. If you were to be a successful candidate for this position, what would be your approach to cutting MARESA's budget?
What I would look at the process, Jamie, is that, and all of you, the board, I should address all of you, not just Jamie, but Jamie asked the question. That is part of continuing that conversation I was having earlier about the strategic plan. And one of the most immediate things that we need to do is come to the table and look at the strategic plan and look at the fact that we have over 9,000 students that we need to support. And also we need to support the districts and all the staff that are in all the districts. We have to look at like what our core foundational function is. I would align that with that strategic plan. And then from there, we would have to look at what is it we're going to focus on? What do we have to focus on right now? A good example, for instance, would be, we know that technology has to not only be embraced, but probably magnified. So we're going to have to look at, like, you know, we're probably not laying off our instructional technologist, right, at this time. So that's using that as a microcosm of what we need to look at is what is the immediate needs, what is our core function as an organization, and then we're going to have to look at how are we going to tighten our belt and still be able to fulfill those missions and goals. And if there's something that doesn't deeply align with that, then that's probably what we'd have to have a conversation about. We would not be funding in the future.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Melanie, I have the last question for you. Because of schools of choice, districts are in competition for students. This has caused a lack of trust between some school districts. How do you see this affecting MARESA, and in what ways can we increase collaboration between our districts?
That circles back to and is a part of the conversation that we've been having already this evening, is that, you know, whether we're talking about budgets, whether we're talking about school of choice is once again creates that competitive piece. And we need to really look at collectively, we have 9,000 plus students that we need to educate in Marquette and Elgin County. We can't be fighting over that. We have to look at like what is going to be the best benefit for them. And we have to look at then also too, what, like, there is school of choice laws and we need to honor that. And a lot of reason those laws are there for parents, not for school districts, even though some, you know, a lot of times the school folks, we get really wrapped up in those laws are for us, but they're not. I mean, they were designed for choice. So there's some positive things to those. We need to recognize that, you know, there is going to be some districts that can offer things that other districts can't. But could there be some collaboration? If one district's doing one thing, how can they support the district next door to them and support all the kids in that region, not just their own district? And in turn, how can that other district maybe be picking up on another piece? For example, you know, someone might be running an online academy and it's coming out of one district serving 3 districts. And then someone else is focusing on keeping the athletic programs really strong. And there is some different laws on all that. And I'm well aware of it. I've done secondary principalships forever. And I know MHSAA, you know, weighs in heavily on the athletic piece. But I just know athletics are going to come onto the table because they already have. I was in the MESA meeting that Jamie just referred to. That is going to be a very big player in the conversation, as well as all the extracurriculars that we can offer and things like that or can't offer. I think that once again, we've got to go into a much deeper, broader conversation collectively of how our school is going to look a little differently, look different when from here on out. And how can we have our local school districts be still like deep social hubs and deep hubs for learning and learning experiences, but also have this ability to be extending out and learning, whether it's online or virtually, or maybe you're having an experience that you're gaining from another program that's being offered somewhere else. We have some of those relationships already when you look at shared programming between CTE programs. Once again, there's some conflict with those, but at the same time, there's absolutely no reason we cannot work on that and work on being more collaborative in nature.
Thank you, Melanie.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your answers tonight. Melanie, and we have a few minutes left. Is there anything you'd like to add as a closing statement?
My closing statement would be, once again, just, I think to really do it in a tight time frame, because we're tight on time here, as I recognize very much that the superintendency is a different role than the associate superintendency. I know that I can give guidance to all areas of the organization as a superintendent. I know that as a superintendent, I also have a very strong leadership working team that I would be working with that would give me a lot of guidance as well. And I think that we could be a very strong team together. I just really feel that it's a commitment. I'm committed to MARESA regardless of what position I am in. I've already mentioned that before. I recognize it's a different role to be a superintendent than associate superintendent. And I am absolutely more than willing to take on the bigger commitment of taking on the superintendency.
Thank you. We appreciate your interest in this leadership position, and the Board of Education may take action tonight, and you will be notified as soon as possible of any decisions made by the board. On behalf of our proud region, thank you for being here tonight.
And I thank all of you too. It was an honor to be invited back for a second interview, and I recognize that honor, and I thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Now we're true to our time, so we can have our, well, close to our time. Yeah, 5:30. So we will reconvene at 5:45.
Sounds good. Is Paula with us?
I was just checking. I see her spot, but I don't see her.
Oh, there she is. All right, well, our candidate is in the waiting room, so I will admit him to the meeting now.
Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Culbertus.
Hello.
On behalf of MARESA, we welcome you back as a second round candidate for our leadership position. Please allow me to take a brief moment to describe our second round format. The Board of Education will introduce themselves again to you, so we'll go through that, starting with Barb Herman, and if you'll share just where you're from.
Hi, Jay. I'm Barb Herman from Munising.
Lowell?
Lowell Larson from Green Town or Nagani Township.
Steve?
Steve Norman from Chatham, Superior Central District.
Shelley?
Hi, Shelley Ovink from the Nice District, the western part of Marquette County.
Jamie?
Nice to see you again, Jay. Jamie Randall with Marquette.
And Paula?
Paula Sari from Marquette.
And I'm Julie Shaw from Gwinn Area Community Schools. The interview may take up to 60 minutes. There will be approximately 15 to 18 questions. Near the end, we will give you an opportunity to ask questions of the board. Comments may be submitted by our audience watching. Please email comments to our Michigan Leadership Institute consultant, Charles Andrews, at candrewsmli@gmail.com. And an opportunity will be provided for our candidate's closing statement as well. So I have the first question, and it is, the first round gave us an opportunity to learn more about your skills, experience, and credentials. How will you use these to successfully lead MARESA? Sorry.
Leadership is complicated, and I think leadership at this level becomes even more complicated because it's really in multiple parts. You have your organizational leadership for those people that work for and in MARESA, whether that's on the special ed side, gen ed side, in career tech, preschool. So all of that hierarchy is looking for leadership, accountability, sustainability, strategic planning, forward thinking, motivation. That's on the one hand. It gets even more complicated because in this role, you're also projecting leadership to your constituent districts. And that's more participatory. That's a little bit different where it's based more on, initially on credibility. You know, have you walked in their shoes? Have you faced those same pressures and decisions? Have you been able to demonstrate some level of success? And so beyond the credibility piece, then you're doing another level of relationship building that's extended not just within the organization, but out to all of the members who you're trying to serve. The nice thing is, because of my years of experience, relatively local, I know most of those players already. So, you know, if I reach out to Kevin in Republic, Michigami, I knew him way back when he was at Gwinn. If I talk to Sandy about her time as an elementary principal back when Kevin was a high school principal and Steve Peffers was the superintendent way before he came to MARESA. So knowing people's past and who they studied under, Carrie Meyer at Ishpeming, I remember when she was a principal up in Lance underneath Ray Pasquale. Back in that time, your own Brian Sarvello and Tony Bertucci were at Ishpeming. So just understanding everyone has a life journey that they've gone through. Everyone's interconnected. We all got into the business because we want to do good things for kids. So tapping into that passion, connecting with them on a personal level, having conversations within the organization and outside of the organization, I think is what my skill set brings to MARESA.
Thank you. Barb?
Jay, who has been the most influential person in your life and why?
My parents, mom and dad, for completely different reasons. I'll try real hard not to get choked up on this, talking about my folks. My mom passed recently. In fact, the morning of the first interviews. They live in Texas, so with the travel restrictions, we couldn't get down there to see her. So that was tough, but really watching them raise a family in 15 different locations before I was a high school student, the struggles that they went through, but my brother and I, we had no indication that we didn't have everything we needed. We thought we were as well off as anyone else. Didn't matter which end of the trailer park we were from. We were satisfied, but they always pushed education. I remember when I was in first grade and my mom got her GED, she was excited about going to community college. My dad didn't go to college, he went into the service, but he took classes at Northern when I was a high school student. So they had planted the seeds for the value of education. My brother and I have lots of cousins. He and I are the only two that went to college. And it was, I think, in large part because of the seeds that were planted, the belief in us that was nurtured and just giving us wings to grow. So those were the two most influential people in my life for sure.
Great, thank you.
Paula?
Jay, we all know that school funding is going to take a huge hit. Something that is kind of fearful for all of us in educating children. But how would you ensure that the local districts will work collaboratively, work well with the MARESA?
Kind of two different questions there. When we take a look at the financial picture, cuts are going to happen and it's going to impact every individual district a little differently. But I think maybe what you're getting at is this is going to put everyone into kind of in the same boat of how do we now face this financial emergency together. Again, looking at my history back in 08-09, we lived through some of the biggest cuts that had been seen since then, or up until that time, or even since then. Talking to people about what they value, and I've looked at the finances of MARESA, but I've also taken a look at where each of your constituent districts are in terms of their financial path. And relatively recently, everyone's looking fairly positive, has a slight uptick, and because that's the way the economy was growing. This is going to put everyone into a brand new normal. Talking about the new process, looking at what can we do fundamentally to work together, to maximize efficiencies, to share some of the pain, to do some things consistently so that parents and students don't get caught in a trap of school of choice and seeing, well, who's going to keep this and who's going to cut that, but communicating with each other, collaborating with each other so that everyone can work together to come out on the other side surviving this. That's the hard part. And I think by banding together, they have the strength of that community. They have the ability to share resources, but it's going to take a lot of communication. It's going to take a lot of real heart to heart, because there are going to be some folks that inevitably will want to do some things a little different. And again, with local control, you have local decision making, but it's communicating the value of togetherness. The strength, it's like the wolf pack. The strength of each wolf is the pack, and the strength of the pack is each wolf. And you want to make sure at the end of the day that all of the districts are able to come out of the other side of this cut by being successful and still having enough financing to offer their programming.
Shelley.
Hi, Jay. What is the role of MARESA in leading and supporting special education services in our local districts? And what if the districts do not agree?
I'm not sure I caught the end of that. You said, what's the role in MARESA in supporting special education in the locals? And then what?
And what if they don't agree?
And what if districts do not agree? Yeah.
I understand. The role is to be that central hub of special ed service provider. The nice thing about the way Michigan has designed ISDs and RESAs who have a special education millage is they levy that millage because then they can warehouse certain expertise, certain specialties, certain services that the constituent districts couldn't necessarily afford to do on their own. So that's the leadership piece for MARESA, is organizing that programming, putting the plan in place, putting the people in place, and making sure that there's a plan for all of the constituent locals to receive those services. Invariably, people don't agree. The reason people don't agree is special education's hard. So it's one of those things that are easy to disagree about because of the inconsistencies in student need. If you have one hearing impaired or vision impaired student, you need program services. If you don't, that's not on your radar, that's not on your plate. When MARESA steps in and wants to talk about providing hearing and vision impaired services, those districts that need that are eager to be part of that conversation. Those districts that feel that they don't have any of those students might not want to listen, but you never know when someone is going to come in as a kindergartner or a preschooler or move into your district. And so you have to be able to shape, again, the message that as a RESA providing these services through everyone in the 2 counties, it's incumbent upon everyone to participate, because that's when you get the services when you need them. Again, not everyone needs every service every year, but someone does, so the service needs to be provided. Getting people to buy into that is largely about selling the service. Are you providing a quality service to the level that people want to participate? People, if you're having a meeting on special education, are people coming to that meeting because it's so valuable that they don't want to miss that meeting? By putting their input in, by being heard, being listened to, being valued, being part of the process, are they now being empowered to take a more active role in what MARESA is providing?
Thank you.
Jay, this is Steve. During our last interviews, we had asked our audience participation or questions if they so desired. And we had 2 of them that were submitted that are in the final round here. And this is the first one. Share an example of how you, excuse me, share an example of how you as a leader thought out of the box and did something innovative to help your organization.
Certainly. One approach to education that is growing in popularity right now because of the circumstances that we're in, where we're distance learning, is called project-based learning. In the summertime, I volunteer with the 906 Adventure Team. We teach kids how to mountain bike. We break it down to their level. We put them in ability groups. And interestingly, students show up early, they work hard, they want to stay late. It's everything you would want about a school classroom. It's just out in the woods, because it's engaging, because it's high interest, because it's what kids want to do. Project-based learning is tied to that. We put a pilot in place in our 4th grade. We call it STEM, but it's not just science, technology, engineering, and math. It's every conceivable curricular area. And they do projects. It's student driven, student led. The projects that they do cover all of the different curriculum pieces. So the work is really upfront on the teacher end, but the students loved it. We weren't sure how big it was going to get, so we formed one section of it, and it was you had to apply to get in. That was at the 4th grade, let's say 2 or 3 years ago. Now it's grown, so we have one at the 4th grade, we have one at the 5th grade, we've been asked to put one at the 3rd grade, and the middle school students that have experienced it want to know when they're going to have their STEM opportunity at our middle school. What we saw by this project-based learning was students were engaged. They were changing their Christmas lists and their birthday lists. Parents were asking us, what is Raspberry Pi? What's Arduino? So they were doing computer applications. They were building sensors. And each semester, the teachers have a project showcase. Part of the belief on project-based learning is you don't really know it until you can explain it. And now it's, again, student-led. The students come in and they put on a presentation for their parents and for the parents of younger kids. Now, one of the biggest questions we have right now, at this time of year, it's almost always about teacher requests. But the bigger question is, how do we apply for the STEM program? And all we did was take this project-based learning piece, empower some teachers who were interested, provide them the training, provide them the resources, and kind of remove the barriers. We didn't have to move mountains. We just had to give people permission to be amazing. And these kids, their attendance is up, their test scores are up, and their enthusiasm about school is way up.
Thank you.
Jay, if you were selected, take us to May of 2023 and explain the top 3 changes you have led to strengthen MARESA.
Okay, I like that it's 2023 instead of 2021, because I do think that really digging in and doing some things differently takes time. Obviously, anyone new to the position is going to have to spend some time talking to people, doing a lot of listening that's inside the organization, because MARESA is not overly large, but it's just large enough to have some interagency complications. You've got some competing interests. Maybe it's within the special ed department on how that budget is spent. Maybe it's outside of special ed, but in gen ed on how things are prioritized. Technology is becoming more and more important, especially right now. So all of those various budget constraints are going to cause a lot of people to want to have input and say, this is where we're at, this is why we do what we do, this is what's going on. So in that first year, really listening, talking about what are the needs, what are the student needs, and what can we do to streamline that? So interagency that first year, really talking about what do people need to do to feel more in charge of what they're doing, reaching out to the constituent districts, and again, having those conversations, doing some listening about what needs do you have as a district, how do you see MARESA being able to provide some of those services, and what can we do together to build some of those stronger partnerships. Fast forward to 2023, I think your CTE program expands and explodes. Right now, it's a gem of the Upper Peninsula. What we have with the Market Alger CTE Early Middle College is an opportunity for students to get hands-on learning, to get inspired to take that learning to the next level, whether it's a certificate program, an apprenticeship, or an associate's degree. And I see more and more of your constituent districts wanting to be a part of that. Again, part of the problem becomes, what are those costs of dual enrollment? So continuing to partner with Northern Michigan University is going to be at least as hard hit by this financial crunch as all of the constituent districts, actively looking for ways to build their pipeline of students into their programs. So working with Northern to build more scaffolding so that more students can get involved in programming through the early middle college, so that there's more pathways right into that higher education. Special education, I don't know how dramatically that's going to change, because I'm not exactly sure what the district issues are. Fundamentally, I understand the services that are provided, but I just don't have a mechanism to take a look at what student needs are in those district pipelines. But again, technology will be a huge piece. Preschool programming will continue to grow, and the demand for that will continue to grow because of, you know, everyone being distancing so far this time. In May 2023, I think I'll be giving a report on the meetings that I'm having with local school districts, the local school district board meetings that I attended. I'll have introduced you to district superintendents after having invited them to come to visit your board meetings, so that we're opening the lines of communication, we're being transparent, and we're all working much closely together.
Thank you.
Okay, Jay. If you were selected, I'm sorry, briefly describe your 90-day leadership plan beginning July 1.
And again, I think it begins before July 1. If I haven't started to do homework already, I'd be behind the 8 ball. So I've started to look at, you know, your past couple audits, what your finances are right there for MARESA, and started to look at how the financial situation is in your constituent districts. Also taking a look at which personnel am I familiar with, how can I leverage some relationships to reach out, to get introduced, to start those kinds of conversations. July and August is a whole lot of meetings, discussions, and planning, getting me up to speed with the planning that's already been done and talking about the planning that still needs to be put in place before the end of August or September. I don't think there's any substitute for communication. A lot of times, even in our current environment, I find myself having to pick up the phone and actually call someone because it can't be handled by email. You just don't get a sense of what someone is really valuing, how passionate they are about something, or if they're conflicted and maybe holding back a little bit if you're reading something. Obviously, I'm a firm believer in face-to-face communication, but we'll see where that's at in July. But that learning piece, the planning piece, and then making sure everyone's hired, ready to go, and trained up for the start of the school year.
Explain the relationship between the superintendent and Board of Education within a peak performing governance team. What if you disagree on issues?
I think we should disagree on issues. I think there should be some disagreement among board members that causes constructive dialogue. And I don't think it's healthy if everyone just nods their head and we move along. There are a whole lot of complicated issues, especially at this level. And I think constructive disagreement is what gets all of the options out on the table. It really forces us to start to prioritize and decide, what do we stand for? What do we really want to do well? What do we think we might need to stop doing, even though we were pretty good at it, but it's no longer a priority? Those conversations, I just believe, again, I believe in constant communication. So I send a weekly update. I ask for feedback just to make sure everyone feels like they're in the loop. No one wants to feel out of touch. and no one wants to be surprised. So steady communication, healthy dialogue, and really understanding that not everyone is going to agree on every issue, and believing in my heart that oftentimes that's a good thing.
Barb?
Jay, tell us about a time you made an unpopular decision. What was the outcome? How did you handle the feedback you received? What did you learn from the experience that would change the way you would handle a similar situation in the future?
I've been in education for 30 years. I've made a lot of unpopular decisions. And from being a classroom teacher, and so you're unpopular with students, being a high school principal where a decision is made. The stakes are a lot higher when you're the superintendent and you make a decision that isn't popular. So you try to explain the rationale behind your decision and why you think that was still the best decision. Take, for example, not any given snow day, but invariably, if I have a snow day, I'll have some people call that are upset that we had school. If I don't have a snow day, I'll have people call upset that we didn't have school. So a real easy example is a snow day. I explained the process that we go through. I explained that we don't try to put our value judgment in place of parents. If you feel that it's unsafe, by all means, keep your child home. But if we feel it's safe enough to have school, the default is that we're going to have school because we're all about teaching and learning. Yes, we want to keep kids safe. If we feel that our buses can go out, get your kids and bring them to school, then that's the way we're going to do it. The nice thing is we've never had an accident. We've never had an injury. I'm knocking on everything that's wooden just because I said it out loud. Now, I apologize for that. But on even a simple issue like that, people want to be heard. They don't want to leave a message for the superintendent and it to go unanswered, or send me even an angry and maybe colorful email. They still deserve to have an answer. It doesn't mean we're necessarily going to agree, but I'm going to take the time to share with them that, hey, when I was up at 4:30, this is what the information was. We decided to make the decision at 5:15. This was the best information that we had, so this is what we were going with. Almost always, not always, but almost always, people have calmed down. They're glad that they were heard. They're glad that they got a response, and they just are appreciative that I understand they're emotional, and if they disagree with our decision, they can make their own decision, and we're going to abide by that.
Thank you.
Paula?
Jay, are there any situations, past or present, that would cause the board to have some concern about selecting you as the superintendent?
There are none.
Shelley?
Hi, Jay. The MARESA board is looking for a leader who will be politically engaged in the professional organizations, advocacy groups, and legislation. In this capacity, the educational community state level and the outcome of those advocacy efforts.
I apologize, Shelley, but I only got about 5 or 6 words.
I'm not sure why I'm having this breakup problem. I'll try one more time, and then if you don't get it, I'll have Julie read. It's a long question.
I know you mentioned advocacy and political participation, but
All right, let me try again.
all right.
The MARESA board is looking for a leader who will be politically engaged in the professional organizations, advocacy groups. Please give it how you have been an advocate for the needs of the educational community at the local, regional, or state level, and the outcome of those.
I'm going to take a stab at this, Julie. I see that you want to
Are
jump
you
in.
sure? Are you
Um,
sure?
How have I engaged? How have I been an advocate in terms of the needs on a local, regional, or state level? What has
Correct.
been the outcome?
Yep, you got it.
Correct.
This process, the political process, was fascinating to me because I taught social studies. Back when I was a relatively new superintendent, I thought that all of the policymakers must be the smartest, brightest, hardest working people on the planet. And then as I got more and more experience and got more and more frustrated, I second guessed some of those beliefs. So then I became increasingly active. I was one of the presidents when I was a high school principal on our state organization. I was a regional president here for our superintendents in MASA. I'm still active in MASA on the conference planning committee. I'm on a couple of their task force work groups. So I'm very active with our state association. I regularly have taken trips to Lansing to advocate for either specific policy. It used to be we would go to Lansing and we'd advocate for policy. We'd meet, and I say we, it was usually me, and I try to take some people with me. But you can meet with the policy committee folks. For example, back when Lisa Lyons was the House Education Committee Chair, Phil Pavlov was the Senate Education Committee Chair. So met with them regularly to talk about the needs of rural Michigan. We got some things on the docket and slowly moving forward. At that time, it was Senator Casperson and Representative McBroom that we worked through locally, but we also had to meet with more of those folks that were on those committees. As we pushed through some of those policy items, some were related to the Michigan Merit Corps curriculum. We had a big push to expand broadband communication. We thought we were making a lot of progress. The legislators were excited and we were making progress. And then some of the nationwide carriers came in and blew us out of the water. But that was back when we were trying to access the Michigan Public Service Commission's emergency towers to be able to hang things on there. But even when it comes to something like state testing, meeting with MDE, I've done that regularly. Meeting with legislators all the time. Nowadays, invariably, we're meeting with appropriations committees and subcommittees because that's where we're seeing a lot of the policy decisions being made. They're not officially making a policy decision, but that's what's getting funded. If I can take you back to my example on competency or project-based learning, one of the board members on the Committee for Innovation and Education in Michigan, we put together a workshop, an entire conference, invited in partnership with the Michigan Department of Ed. We invited business leaders and legislators to educate them on what project-based learning is. A lot of the language that you saw written into the Marshall Plan was from that conference. We brought in nationwide thought leaders about project-based learning, and a lot of the original guidelines in the Marshall Plan were geared towards the desire to move more and more schools towards project-based learning. Came up with the term talent transcript. That was tied into the Marshall Plan, and we pitched that at some of the institutes of higher ed, and they weren't that interested. But getting back to just that conference, we were able to shape that Marshall Plan for Talent language. We really thought we'd have earned some of that funding through the Marshall Plan, but after we were done, the rubrics were changed and they were taken out of the Department of Ed, and they were all judged by the Department of Technology Management and Budget that didn't have the background in project-based learning. So that's why, for example, the manufacturing Marshall Plan money that is going through MARESA was just for equipment. All of the human piece was taken out. It wasn't for training, and it wasn't for changing the way we actually teach. Same thing with the cybersecurity Marshall Plan dollars passing through the NICE Community School. That's for training is included and the Cyber Institute is included, but the pieces that we wrote in specifically for project-based learning weren't funded. But it's something that I continue to stay very active and involved on. I reach out to legislators. The nice thing about having experience is all I'm going to say. Having been in this as long as I've been in this is, for example, when I was working with Representative Lyons, that was Lisa Posthumus Lyons. Her dad at the time, Dick Posthumus, was the chief of staff for then Governor Schneider. Worked with, so we invited him to our conference. Dick Posthumus's policy aide is now the chief of staff for Mike Shirkey, who's the Education Subcommittee Appropriations Chair. So everyone knows everybody. I've got a large network of folks that I stay connected with just to remind them of the great work that we've done in the past, what those issues still are, especially around rural education, and reaching out to them to continue to plant those seeds.
Thank you.
All right, Jay, describe best efforts. Excuse me, I can't read here. I'm sorry. Maybe I got to go back to the third grade, take that third grade reading test. Despite best efforts, sometimes conflict cannot be avoided. Please tell us about your approach to resolving conflict and give an example of a work conflict in which you were involved and how you reached the resulting outcome.
Again, I don't say that conflict is necessarily good or necessarily bad. Conflict just does sometimes happen. Typically, conflict is a result of either a lack of communication or a miscommunication. So you get people with competing interests or competing priorities, and like human nature, you tend to hear what you want to hear and not hear what you don't want to hear. So for example, if I have two principals who are at odds over whether it's a curricular issue or more likely a personnel issue, I can just try to bring them back to where that conflict started. What information was missing? Where did the disconnect happen? Talk through that miscommunication or lack of communication. Reiterate that even though we don't agree, it's not necessarily personal. I want people to advocate for their program. If they're advocating for their program, they're not necessarily going to agree with everyone else all the time. But being professional, being courteous, and listening to reason doesn't mean that the disagreement goes away, but the conflict should be resolved so they can continue to work together in other areas. Sometimes it's just something as simple as someone's ego took a shot because someone took credit for something that they shouldn't have. And again, sitting down, having the conversation, talking through the cause of the conflict, working through that, and understanding that they don't necessarily have to agree, they just have to find a way to get past it and work together. I think that's what has made for the strength of our team is understanding that not everyone has to agree with everyone. And I want my technology director to think that technology is the most important. But when we've got to press pause on a purchase of Chromebooks because, you know, I've got to do something in transportation, rather than get his nose out of joint, he asks me again about the priorities. He goes back to his spreadsheet and we have that conversation so that you listen to reason, you set the emotion aside a little bit, and even though he might not agree, the conflict is gone and we can move forward on other issues.
Jay, this question is kind of along the same lines about conflict. Imagine a scenario where one or two of the local superintendents are not interested in collaborating in areas because doing so would reduce their competitive advantage in the RESA. What role should the RESA superintendent play in this case?
Huge. That's an enormous responsibility because, again, you're dealing with human nature. So to think that someone is wrong because they feel that way isn't a helpful approach. Even if you want to change that behavior, you can't do it by pushing. You can't do it by making a power move. You have to influence or persuade the participants by building a relationship, by talking to them about when collaboration has worked better. Competition is a reality, but there are ways that collaboration, I mean, competition is zero sum. If one person wins, someone else has to lose. When you collaborate, it's possible for everybody to win. Not everyone thinks that's a great idea if they were the one that was winning the competition. So you have to show them how, even if everybody's winning, how are they relatively still coming out in the long term ahead? Sometimes that takes a lot of discussion. Sometimes it takes a lot of relationship building. The level of trust to get from competition to collaboration is huge. And now you have these local districts who already have relationships. There might already be some mistrust. So I've got to facilitate that conflict, go back, identify where that happened, talk through how we might be able to mend some of those feelings from a year or 2 or 3 ago so that we can get through that and build everybody stronger. It's complicated, but it's certainly not impossible. We've been able to do a lot of that here locally. It's easier for people to collaborate with people that they're not competing with. It's possible to build that collaboration among direct competitors. It has to be explained very carefully and methodically so that people understand that what you're doing is growing the resources, growing the opportunities, growing the success for all of the students rather than minimizing. Yeah, someone can win one battle, but all they get is to here. Whereas if we pick everyone up, they're coming up here. Very good question. It exists in every ISD. And I think the ISDs and RESAs that are successful are the ones that identify it, talk about it. It's not a dirty little secret. It's out and it's up front. And here's what we're going to try to develop some partnerships to demonstrate the value of collaboration. And sometimes you just need to find those small wins, those little partnerships that are win-win to set the stage for some of those bigger decisions down the road.
Thank you.
Okay, Jay, Michigan has suffered financially due to the virus, as you know. Officials predict foundation allowances to be reduced between $300 and $1,200, and apparently, according to Ed McBroom, more like 1,000 at this point. Local districts in MARESA will have to make budget cuts. You talked a little bit about this earlier. If you were to be the successful candidate for this position, what would be your approach to cutting MARESA's budget?
My approach would be to learn a whole lot more about your budget before I talk about specific details. like I said, I've seen last year's budget and your amendments. I've seen what you've got for this year. I was able to go through the last couple audits. There's not a whole, for example, when you look at your general fund budget, when you do your initial budget, you've got all of your grants zeroed out. They don't get added in until the budget amendment once those grants get approved. So just taking a look at the initial budget is really some of those essential gen ed services that are provided to the locals. Taking a look at what, not just what you do well, because you might very well be doing something very well that you can no longer afford to do. That's tough for some people to hear. But in budget cut mode, and many of your local districts, the superintendents haven't been in budget cut mode yet. And now everyone's going to be in that. So taking a look at what they're going to be doing is taking a look at what is our essential mission? What do we have to do to provide the needed supports for students? And then what have we added to that over time because they're great programs, because they're great ideas, because they're great opportunities for kids, and then find those trade-offs. It can't be based on what's convenient, what's easy for adults, or what makes for simple math. It has to be student focused. What students need services the most? What's the next layer of service that we need to provide? It's almost like you zero everything out, not just the grants, and you start from square one saying, who are we? We are MARESA. What do we do? We provide services. Who are those services for? They're for special education. There are gen ed services. There are CTE services, but you've really got your operational millage and your special ed millage. A lot of your other funding is through grants. So it's going to be hard at this early stage of my digging into your finances for me to say, here are 5 or 6 things that I would question their level of priority because I just don't know yet.
Thank you.
Jay, here's our last question right now. Because the schools of choice, districts are in competition for students. This has caused a lack of trust between some school districts. How do you see this affecting MARESA, and in what ways can we increase collaboration between our districts?
It has a direct impact on MARESA because just like trust is contagious, so is distrust. If they distrust their neighbors, then they don't want to hear, hey, I'm from MARESA and I'm here to help, or I'm from the state and I'm here to help. If there's a culture of distrust based on competition, then you have to scale all the way back to those initial conversations and dialogue and start to build a relationship. At some point, it sounds like a number of relationships broke down, and it's gonna take a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of willingness. If that willingness doesn't come at the front hand, then a lot of persuasion to get people to start to have conversations about what might make sense for their district. This is going to sound counterintuitive, but the circumstances that we're in right now with this pandemic and this across the board funding crisis, it's going to put everyone in crisis mode. As soon as we know these numbers, and like Jamie mentioned, $400 per kid is a huge cut. And they're talking potentially double that. There will be districts that won't be able to survive unless they swallow some of their hurt feelings and figure out how to collaborate. There are only so many students. At the end of the day, if the belief is that we want to get through this crisis with all of our school districts intact, they're all going to have to find a way to collaborate because no one's going to be able to survive this funding cut with their fund balance.
Thank you.
Thank you for your responses, Jay. We have a few minutes left. Is there anything else you would like to add as a closing statement for us?
I appreciate the opportunity. I'm excited about some of the things that you describe. I've reached out and talked to some of the folks that I know. It's going to be it's a troubling time right now, but I think you're either optimistic or pessimistic, and all of the school leaders from your constituent districts that I've reached out to are very optimistic about what we're going to be able to continue to do for kids, how we're going to be able to work hard, and how we're going to be able to work together. In my professional career, my vision has been to connect with, validate, and inspire others through integrity, excellence, and service. I like how that matches the mission of MARESA, and that's why I'm so interested in your position.
Thank you. We appreciate your interest in our leadership position, and the Board of Education may take action tonight, and you will be notified as soon as possible of any decisions made by the board. And on behalf of our proud region, again, thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
No.
Jay.
I just want to explain to you that to keep the playing field equal for everybody, Lowell had suggested in the first interview where you were running a little over to not allow the questions from the candidates to the board at that time. And to keep the playing field level for everybody, I thought we should just not allow that for anybody. I hope you're in agreement with that.
It works for me, Julie.
Thank you, Steve.
So the next candidate is scheduled to have a 7 p.m. interview, which means we've got a little bit of time. I don't know, Charlie, if you wanted to see if, I mean, usually the candidates are popping in a little bit early, so it's likely that he would do so. If we took a 15-minute break, that would put us at about 10 to 7. Does that sound reasonable?
Does to me.
And if the board would give me a few minutes, I'll be glad to reach out to Dr. Smith and let him know that he should plan on an early entry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Charlie, was he able to come in early?
Yes, he if he hasn't arrived now, he's going to arrive very shortly.
Oh, that's so kind of him.
I contacted with him just a few minutes ago.
He's actually in the waiting room right now. So I sent him a message saying the board will be back momentarily and I will admit him into the meeting at that time.
Thank you.
Once again, Monica, you're on top of it.
See why we love her?
Indeed.
It's
Indeed.
amazing.
She has a fan club, Charlie.
I can see why.
What was the first part of that? That 10-2, she said?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be appropriate to talk about afterward, or we want to keep the same order going here?
You mean about how we're going to vote and all that?
Right.
Charlie?
I would advise to allow the process to unfold, trust the process. You're 3/4 of the way into the meeting. And after this interview, I'm sure even after a short break, you'll be composed enough to be able to perhaps take a look at that matrix, reconsider the answers that you heard from all of the candidates, and have discussion as to what the next step should be for your board meeting tonight or into the subsequent future. So I would recommend just maintain the forward momentum you have and worry about the next step after this last interview.
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
And I believe he's ready. So if all of the board members are ready, I will admit him into the meeting.
Good.
Welcome, Dr. Smith. There he is. Welcome, Dr. Smith.
Hi, how are you?
Welcome. On behalf of MARESA, we welcome you back as a second round candidate for our leadership position. I'm going to take a few minutes to describe our second round format for you. We're going to have the Board of Education introduce themselves again to you, and we will start with Barb.
Barb, I wasn't able to hear you. I think you may have been on mute.
Okay, I'm Barb Herman from Munising.
And then Lowell.
Hey, Barb.
Lowell Larson from Negaunee Township, part of the Negaunee Public Schools.
Hello.
Steve.
Hi, Travis. I'm Steve Norman from Chatham, Superior Central District.
Good to see you, Steve.
Shelley.
Hi, Shelley Ovink from the Nice District out in the western part of the county.
Hi, Shelley.
Jamie.
Nice to see you again, Travis. You know where I'm from.
Hi, Jamie.
Paula.
Paula Sari from Marquette.
Hi, Paula.
And I'm Julie Shaw from Gwinnett Area Community Schools.
Hi.
The interview may take up to 60 minutes and there will be approximately 15 to 18 questions. Near the end, we will give you an opportunity to ask questions of the board. Comments may be submitted by our audience watching. Please email comments to our Michigan Leadership Institute consultant, Charles Andrews, at candrewsmli@gmail.com. And an opportunity will be provided for our candidate's closing statement for you as well. The first question we have is, the first round gave us an opportunity to learn more about your skills, experience, and credentials. How will you use these to successfully lead MARESA?
I'm sorry, Julie. I saw the screen come up and I was focusing on the screen. Can you repeat that question one more time?
Sure can. The first round gave us an opportunity to learn more about your skills, experience, and credentials. How will you use these to successfully lead MARESA?
Okay, just going to write these questions down. Yeah, so in terms of my skills to successfully lead MARESA, I think you need to consider the strengths that I bring to the position. And these are strengths that I've displayed in every position that I've had thus far. And those strengths include that as a relationship builder. So as a relationship builder, that is really, that's the Cherry Creek school story. And when I joined Cherry Creek, they were reeling from the death of their former principal, Tammy Bott. And I had the opportunity to have some very deep conversations with all staff members, and we move forward together through that process. Another way is as a transformational leader, and that perspective gives me the opportunity to engage people and listen to them and give them that space to explore their passions and do that good work that they're so willing to do. And a prime example of that is a real successful opportunity we've had at Cherry Creek is our coding night. And with that coding night, we leverage the passions of a kindergarten teacher, Amber Racine, and Gabby, one of your fantastic technology educators at MARESA, and Chris Standiford at the NMU Seaborg Center. And we put those people together and just turn them loose. And what came out of that was our coding night, which engaged 200 different families. And they came to the school to learn. It wasn't for a sporting event or a concert, but they came to learn through the idea of computer coding. And lastly, it's that as a visionary leader. That's another trait that I've shown throughout my career, and in this position, it would be much the same. And already there's some areas where I think in terms of MARESA where we can look to do some good work. And part of that would be through looking at ways to increase our fiscal efficiency, in terms of what we know it's coming in terms of the economy and due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but we could really find some budgetary issues that we could come together collaboratively and improve. And also from a technology standpoint, where we can really embrace that remote learning format, I think is going to be key as well. So those three strengths in terms of a relationship building and being a transformational leader and visionary were ways that I would successfully lead MARESA.
Thank you. Barb.
Who has been the most influential person in your life and why, Travis?
Okay. Thank you, Barb. That's an interesting question. And as I've thought about different questions, that's certainly one that I haven't thought of, but that one's pretty easy. And this is one of those where you try not to get emotional as you talk about it, but definitely my father. When I think of, he's a farmer, and he's someone who he's probably the smartest man I know. He's a deep thinker, and he's a visionary in his own right. And he exemplifies the patience of Job. I mean, it's incredible, and he's certainly a man that I strive to emulate. So, in terms of influential people, very fortunate to have a father who was always there, and we get off the tractor to come to sporting events or plays or whatever I was involved in, and certainly a great man.
Great, thank you.
Paula?
We all know that school budgets are going to take a big financial hit because of the COVID-19. How would you ensure that the local school districts will collaborate with the MARESA and cooperate?
So school budgets, collaborate and cooperate. Well, that's, this is certainly going to be a tall task moving forward. Even today, we learned from Representative Cambenzi that we're looking at $1,000 in budget cuts to the per pupil funding. I mean, that is that is absolutely incredible, and it's going to be very harmful to what we do. So I can imagine that our locals are going to become very protective of those dollars. And so it's going to be incumbent upon me to do what I do best, and that's as a relationship builder. And going out and meeting with the superintendents on their own turf, and getting to know them on a personal basis, and sharing with them that this is what MARESA offers, and these are different ways that we can work together, we can collaborate. Something I've talked about before is that idea of leveraging the 5 questions that I would ask multiple stakeholders, but with our constituent districts very specifically, just asking them, what do we do well? What do we need to improve upon? What would you like me to do as your fellow superintendent? What are you afraid I will do? And what other things should I know? So extending that olive branch and getting to know them on a personal level, and actually listening and hearing what they say, and taking that feedback and trying to then walk forward together as a collaborative unit, so then we can cooperatively develop a budget that is going to benefit all of us. Another idea is that of a financial strategic planning team. So looking at me and Tony Bertucci, a board member, community voice from a parent, MARESA educator, a local superintendent, and coming together and deciding, okay, how can we move forward towards a common vision, but how can we do that from a very fiscally responsible standpoint to make sure that we can continue to offer all of our constituents the services that their students have grown accustomed to, and that, quite frankly, they deserve. So in terms of school budget and collaboration and cooperation, it will certainly be my intent to come from that standpoint of relationship building.
Hi, Travis.
Hi.
What is the role of MARESA in leading and supporting special ed services in our local school districts? And what if the districts do not agree?
And Shirley, when you say that they don't agree, and how so? What do you mean they don't agree?
This is an audience question,
Okay.
but I can see it from a couple of perspectives. One would be that our local districts don't agree with what the MARESA is doing, but I think the other piece of that might be that they don't agree between them how special ed services are paid for and delivered.
Yeah. Yeah, Shirley, I think you hit on a key point in terms of how services are paid for and delivered. I've certainly heard from some administrators how they are concerned about how some of the flow through dollars work in some of the charges that districts are incurring. So it's kind of back to that previous question that Paula had, is that idea of, okay, we're going to have this conversation. We're going to build this relationship. We're going to work through a budgeting standpoint together to make sure that we understand as a MARESA why you may have those concerns. From a special ed standpoint, to me, that's very second nature, as I have a couple different special ed degrees and several endorsements, and have worked with special ed students throughout the K-12 and higher ed continuum. And something I'm very, very familiar with. And I think MARESA does an excellent job supporting students as they're pushing out services in terms of OT and speech paths. One area that I think that we could look at a little more critically as a MARESA would be to make sure that we are taking a sound look at students who are presenting new sorts of behavior problems that we haven't seen before as a system. At Cherry Creek School, we've been very proactive on that front. We've created what we call a high needs behavior resource room. So it's an opportunity for students to still be in the gen ed population and to get the academic supports that they need, but also gives them a space to learn some of those behavior skills that are critical to their success. So as a MARESA, that would be something that I think we should certainly take a look at in terms of our organization supporting the locals from a special ed standpoint.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Travis, this is Steve. Here's a second question that came from the audience. share an example of how you, as a leader, thought out of the box or did something innovative to help your organization.
All right, thinking out of the box. So, Steve, we have a couple different several examples of the innovative thinking that my team at Cherry Creek has been a part of, and many moments that I'm very proud of. I think of one in particular is the organizational change initiative that we went through as a school, where I called on my building leadership team to start taking a hard look at ourselves, and we decided to then go up to Houghton Portage School. We picked Houghton because they're a high-performing school and very similar demographics to Cherry Creek. And as a district as a whole, I'm friends with their principal, as we had gone to graduate school together, and he was very open to receiving us. And so we went up there and we debriefed, and we observed, and we spoke with their teachers and principal and school psychologists, and really we're digging into those ways that we could improve, so that we could improve what we do at Cherry Creek. And the result of that was very simple. They weren't doing anything different than we're doing at Cherry Creek from a pedagogical standpoint, but very simply it was we needed to have a common language and common expectations that were found throughout the school, and also common signage came with that, and then making sure that we improved staff and student relationships. And then one other innovative thing that we did at Cherry Creek was what I call instructional rounds, and this gave the teachers an opportunity to observe each other, because frankly, in teaching, you're often on your own island, and I get the opportunity of walking through every classroom every day, and I get to see the great things happening, but their colleagues may not. So this was a great learning experience where they could come in and watch their colleagues teach, but actually ended up being a huge trust experiment, because now they're inviting their colleagues in to really critique what they're doing and to talk about it. And what happened was at the end, people found it to be a great activity. And I think it actually built the culture as much as it helped improve our craft. So those are a couple examples of some innovative thinking that we've done at my school, and something I'm very proud of.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Travis, if you were selected, take us to May of 2023 and explain the top 3 changes you have led to strengthen MARESA.
Okay, May 2023, and the top things that I've led. Okay, so 2023, that's, it's funny that it's really not that far away. And so when you look out to 2023, that's a great point to say, okay, this is May 2023, that is this end date for some initiatives that we need to work towards. And so using that as a date in the future, now we got to walk that back. And so that becomes, okay, we're going to establish this vision. How are we going to establish this vision? Well, we're going to do that collaboratively. And that comes through the 5 questions that I talked about, and asking those questions to the MARESA educators, asking the question to the Board of Education, asking those questions to the local superintendents and their administration, and then sitting down with them, having those conversations, see where they're at, and then moving forward, and then using that data to inform our vision. But I see those top 3 things being really impacted by what we're experiencing today due to COVID-19 and the economic impact of that pandemic. And so that would be looking at social emotional learning and really doubling down on that effort and making sure that students are in a place where they're safe and they can learn. And that's not just our youngest learners. That's literally from birth to adulthood, is making sure that people get what they need so that they can be in a position where they can learn from a social emotional standpoint. And then making sure that we do have that robust remote learning platform. And that's something that we're working towards right now. In fact, 2 days ago, me and my elementary colleagues in MAPS, we brought in Gabby from MARESA and talk about, okay, let's find a starting point so then we can work towards something together in terms of making sure that when students come back in the fall, whatever that looks like, it could be hybrid, it could be virtual, maybe both, that we are moving forward together from a remote learning standpoint. And I don't see that going away. I see that becoming a critical part of what we do. And in ways, it's kind of been the silver lining of this pandemic. It's kind of forced our hands a little bit to get better, particularly from a technology standpoint. So I see that being that second thing that would be working towards in the future. And lastly, it is the fiscal efficiency standpoint. So coming together and collaborating and having that vision of, okay, how can we save money? And we can save money from bulk purchases of diesel fuel for buses. We can save money from putting together our financial power and buying one-to-one devices and replacing those devices for schools that are working through that cycle, and providing internet hotspots to families that need them. And also looking at curriculum from a purchasing standpoint, again, leveraging that collective power that we can purchase curriculum at a discount. So those would be those three areas from a social emotional learning standpoint, from a technology standpoint, and from a purchasing collaborative power standpoint that we would certainly want to, I think would be huge for us to have by May 2023.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jamie?
Yeah, Travis, briefly describe your 90-day leadership plan starting July 1.
Okay, 90-day plan. So that's something that I guess I did kind of briefly talk about in the previous question. And it's the same idea that if we're going to have this vision of May 2023, it really starts with this 90-day plan. And in our last time together, Lowell mentioned something in the follow-up discussion. He talked about momentum being fragile, and he's right. Like, you can come in and you can, hit it with a bang and you're off and running. But he's right. It'd be easy to, once you feel like you have an idea of what's going on, to maybe throttle that back. So it's really important that even through 90 days, you are continuing to attend to the data and build those relationships. But at the beginning of those 90 days, again, it's the 5 questions and presenting that to the MARESA staff, the local SUPs, their administrators, the Board of Education, taking that data and then sitting down with those stakeholders and sitting down with the Board of Education and say, okay, well, explain what this means and help inform me, so then I can take that data and we can come together and analyze that and then move together into that 90 days. It kind of reminds me of a president a little bit. If they have their 100-day plan, it's kind of the same idea. We're going to bring the stakeholders together, see where you're at, use that information to inform our next steps, and then move forward towards that eventual collective vision of May 2023 from the last question. So that would be my 90-day plan, would be certainly to build those relationships with our stakeholders.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Explain the relationship between the superintendent and Board of Education within a peak performing governance team. What if you disagree on issues?
All right, relationship with board and peak performance governing team. Well, that's a great question, Julie. As I think about that, I think about my own role as a board member, and I sit on 2 different boards. One is I represent the Western Upper Peninsula on the Citizens Advisory Council to the DNR. And that's a fun opportunity where I get to travel across the Western UP and meet with stakeholders in various counties, and you get to learn what are the things that they need. But also I sit on a board for Silver Creek Church, and that's been a unique opportunity. We're a board of 5 people, and we meet with our pastor and assistant pastor, and we don't always agree on everything. And I think that's okay. And so what the rest of the board would have, I would explain my position as they would explain theirs, and same thing with the pastor, which would be like the superintendent, where they would explain, okay, this is, I'm reading the data, I'm listening to our stakeholders, and I think this is the way we need to go. And so as a board, it's certainly your obligation to help inform those decisions, because you're also listening to your stakeholders within your own community and on your own boards, and that's so important. If you have disagreements, that's okay. We're people, and I think we're bound to have disagreements, but I have a feeling that they would be done respectfully. And we can talk about, okay, so Julie, why is it that you feel that way? And so enlighten me. And so as you're able to share some of those background experiences or some of those, maybe those hard conversations you've had with people at work or in your own community, and then it's like, okay, I understand where you're coming from. And if those people feel that way, I bet there's some other people that feel that way too. So maybe we need to explore this a little further. So in terms of those relationships, it's just open dialogue and having respect for each other's opinions and moving forward together.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Barb.
Travis, tell us about a time you made an unpopular decision. What was the outcome? How did you handle the feedback? And what did you learn from that experience? Would you change the way you would handle the same situation in the future?
I think sometimes in leadership, Barb, you make unpopular decisions. I think that's kind of how it goes sometimes. Can't please everyone all the time, but we certainly strive to try to make those wise decisions that move the organization forward. Sometimes those decisions for me are situations where I'm placing a student in a classroom, and the parent is I would say very unsure about that decision. And so then it's incumbent upon me to then have that conversation with them about, okay, so these are the decision, this is the decision, and these are the factors. We looked at these 10 different factors in this placement, and we take this student placement decision very seriously. And so you explain the process, and then it starts to make sense to the parents, because they were unaware of how we put their child in one class or another. And there's some times where the parent's right. And so then I use the opportunity to say, okay, well, work with me a little bit. Let's see how this goes. And we're going to put some structures in place to ensure your student's success. And there have been cases where it wasn't successful. Said, okay, you tried. Thank you so much for helping me out. And so we're going to make this move and get your student what they need. So ultimately, you're listening to feedback. And from the parents in this particular case, it's with teachers, it's with my fellow administrators across the district. I work with there, at any given day, 10 different building administrators, and there's times that we don't agree, but it is incumbent upon us to keep that dialogue open, and so that we can inform each other on those decisions, and ultimately we're able to figure it out and move forward together.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Paula?
Are there any issues, Travis, past or present, that could cause the board to have some concerns about selecting you as our superintendent?
Oh, this might be the easiest question yet, Paula. So thank you for that. No, there are no issues that I'm aware of that would preclude me from being considered as a candidate. I think if you look at my patterns of behavior, and if you look at my endorsements, I've been successful in a multitude of places, because I am who I am. I'm authentic. I operate from a point of being ethical and using integrity in my decisions. And may it be in regards to contracts or the budget, I'm making those decisions that are moral, and they're the right thing to do. So, and that extends into my personal life as well. So there will not be any issues for you to be concerned about.
Shelley?
Hi, Travis. This is a long question.
Okay.
The MARESA board is looking for a leader who will be politically engaged in the professional organizations, advocacy groups, and legislation. Please give an example of your experience in that capacity, how you have been an advocate for the needs of educational community at the local, regional, or state level, and the outcome of your advocacy efforts.
Shelley, that is a multiple part question, so I'm going to do my best
It
to
is.
work through that. Okay, so, all right, outcomes. All right, politically engaged advocacy groups and legislation. So, you know, this is interesting for me as a building principal, and thinking about the things that are within my purview, and my job is to make sure that 415 students are safe and healthy and learn every single day. And honestly, sometimes it doesn't lend itself to the national or state level conversations. I'm certainly a member of MEMSPA, which is the Michigan Elementary, Middle School and Principals Association, and we work together as a cohesive UP unit, and we rely on each other, and we have emails and meetings and Zoom meetings now. And we work with Paul Liebenau in Lansing, who's our executive director, and he's providing those updates right from the Capitol that help inform our decisions. And that's very important. Something that I shared earlier, you know, personally is being on the Western Citizen Advisory Council, though that's for matters that pertain to the DNR. That's a way that I advocate for the Western Upper Peninsula. I'm an independent member of Marquette County, and I listen to my stakeholders and I report back to the DNR, and I work with people that represent the timber industry and Ducks Unlimited and Trout Unlimited and all sorts of different stakeholders. So that's something that I'm certainly proud of as well, is being able to represent those folks in that manner. In terms of more political engagement, you know, Sarah Combenzi worked for MAPS. And she's someone that we work together to create the chili cook-off, which helps pay a portion of the tuition to go to our Bay Cliff experience for our 240 fifth graders. I call the representative for Governor Whitmer here in the UP. I call him a friend, and he's someone that I've reached out to as well when I have questions. So given the opportunity to move beyond my current purview and to expand that, where I'm working with superintendents across the UP and working with stakeholders downstate and in Lansing, to me that's going to be fun, because I like talking with people. I like building relationships, and if you look again at my past behaviors, that's something that I do very well. In fact, I reached out to a local or a neighboring ISD superintendent in preparation for this experience, just to lay those inroads, and we were able to talk for several hours. So though I haven't had some of those opportunities because of my current job, it's something that I'll be able to very easily work into because of my ability to build relationships.
Thank you.
Travis, despite best efforts, sometimes conflict cannot be avoided. Please tell us about your approach to resolving conflict. Give an example of a work conflict in which you were involved and how you reached the resulting outcome.
Yeah. So work conflict and my approach. Okay. So my approach, you may remember back to something I talked about at our previous interview, is my approach with conflict or with people in general is I'm visible and I communicate. And you may recall that the two most important things that I do every day, I greet all the kids at the door by name, and I give them all high fives, and then I wash my hands twice, and then hand sanitizer after that. And then, and I also get a chance to interface with the parents there as well as they do that drop off. So, you know, so that's the most important thing. Next important thing is to get in every classroom every day. And I get to interface with the kids, and I get to talk with all the teachers. I can address those issues immediately that, you know, are questions they may have. So I have those open lines of communication, and my door is always open to them. I read one time that in a research article that principals are interrupted every 8 minutes. And I thought, 8 minutes. What I want to give for 8 minutes? That would be incredible. But that's okay, because that's my job. My door is open, and during the school day, people are in and out all day, and I'm able to have that sustained dialogue with them and see where they're coming from. In terms of work conflict, I think back to an example where you make those tough decisions, and those are, and I may have shared this in our previous interview, but it's certainly germane to this question. The idea that you have a teacher who thinks that they're performing at a high level, but the data and the anecdotal evidence shows you that they're really struggling. And so now we're sitting down and we're having those tough conversations. And because it's not a job, it's a calling, that can seem very personal sometimes. And so now we're working through that together to make sure that the teacher has every opportunity to become better. And that can be a very revealing process for them as you are doing observations and you're having those tough conversations, and you have those pre-scheduled bi-weekly meetings with those teachers. So conflict is something that we experience in the people business, but it's certainly mitigated through my abilities to be visible and establish relationships with people.
Thank you, Travis.
You're welcome.
Travis, imagine a scenario where one or two of the local superintendents are not interested in collaborating in areas because doing so would reduce their competitive advantage in the RESA.
Okay.
What role should the RESA superintendent play in this case?
Well, there's a question from the previous interview that I had been thinking about, actually, and it was in regards to the state and the feds and policy that they put upon the ISDs, the local school districts. Actually, as I thought about it, my answer is actually pretty similar to this question. That is, I suspect that we will have one or two superintendents that don't want to participate. And I suspect that one of those main reasons is because of school of choice. And school of choice, very, very well intended. Like, I get it, like people should have educational access wherever they want. But what happens though is it can oftentimes pit schools against one another. And you may look at a neighboring school and think, wow, look at their scores. What's the secret sauce? And so as a superintendent of MARESA, I would be asking those questions, like, what are you guys doing differently? And I suspect that some people will be very protective of those secrets. And they may not want to be as forthright about the things that they're doing to increase achievement or to draw students to their school. So for me to bring these people along is to continue to collaborate with them and to communicate and to give them every opportunity to be a part of the process, and continue to operate from that mindset is, I'm going to be here. We're walking through this together. We want you to join us. You have a lot to offer. And I think that you can really provide some information that can inform our decisions as a RESA. So, another way too is from a business system standpoint. As MARESAs, they are in several of the smaller districts offering some services and looking to provide more services to school and to bring more and more people along and to build capacity and pull those people in slowly, and then we can walk forward together. So that would be some different ways that I would bring in those one or two local soups who are interested to working together all the time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Back to me. Well, as you know, Michigan has suffered substantially financially because of the virus. And officials are predicting $1,000 cut at this point. Local districts in MARESA will have to make budget cuts. And if you were a successful candidate for this position, what would be your approach to making those cuts?
So that's a good question, Jamie. I think this a couple different ways to look at this in terms of making those cuts due to the $1 to $4 billion projected budget shortfall that we will face as a state over the next few years. And I think Shelley said this earlier from a special ed standpoint, is we need to be really careful about informing our local constituents about the value of their dollars and what are they getting for the services that we provide. And then working with Tony Bertucci to make sure that, in the board very specifically, do we have any room to give on anything? I know looking at the Section 5200 state financial aid report that I pulled on MARESA, kudos to the board for doing your due diligence as you are positioned, I think, to really weather this economic storm. But our locals with that $1,000 cut, they're going to really take that on the chin. And so from a grant writing standpoint, we need to make sure that we're securing those dollars that we always have, and then looking for more grants. I know, speaking with a MARESA health educator, there were 3 pretty substantial grant opportunities that they're working on, which are going to be very important to continue the services that our districts rely upon. And lastly, it's that financial strategic planning team, as I talked about before, where you're bringing in a number of constituents, but specifically those local stakeholders, so they can understand what it is that we're doing with our budget, and then it makes sense to them, and then we can all feel confident moving forward together that we're doing our financial due diligence, but we're also meeting the vision that we've laid out as well.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Well, Travis, this is the last question we have, and kind of ties into the prior one with Lowell. Because of schools of choice, districts are in competition for students. This has caused a lack of trust between some of the school districts. How do you see this affecting MARESA? And in what ways can we increase collaboration between our districts?
That's kind of funny, Steve, that I did speak to that one a little bit earlier. And certainly that's school of choice is an issue. And speaking with the neighboring ISD superintendent, they're seeing that in their ISD as well. And it's pervasive, as I have many educator friends who work downstate, both teachers and administrators. They're seeing the same thing in their districts. That school of choice, again, though well-intended, can certainly be a sore spot for neighboring, for neighbors. And it's a tough situation. And so again, it's from that collaboration standpoint. And I get it. Like, we're facing, as Jamie said, we're facing a $1,000 per pupil cut from the state, and that's unprecedented, and it's going to totally change what we do. And so now I can see people becoming much more insular, much more protective in trying to hang on to those students and those dollars. But and I understand that's a natural reaction in this unprecedented time. But it would be incumbent upon me as your superintendent to build those inroads with the superintendents, and to make sure that we're all working together, and that we have that common vision that they all have a part of, and that we're moving together in lockstep, regardless of some of those policies that can make it pretty difficult at times.
Thank you, Travis.
You're welcome.
Well, Travis, I'd like to thank you for all your responses, and we have a few minutes left. Is there anything you'd like to add as a closing statement for us?
Sure. Thank you. So again, thank you, board. I'm the last one to go again, and I know you've had some a grueling time now over the past couple of weeks. So I thank you for taking the time to spend an hour with me and to listen to the things that I have to share. And I keep coming back to Jamie's comment about the budget cut and those things that we learned from Representative Cambenzi as well. And that's very concerning. Michigan and the nation are experiencing some very challenging times through this COVID-19 pandemic, and our lives will forever be changed. And it's very interesting to think what the future may look like. But moving forward, as your leader in the face of these budget cuts, it's something that I've talked about over and over again is being able to collaborate and to grab a hold of these stakeholders and bring us together to make sure that we are marching together towards that common vision. And it's important for me to be working with you and to be innovative with our resources and to be very fiscally responsible throughout this entire process. Again, you've done your due diligence as a board, and we need to make sure that we continue making those wise decisions with our budget. But, you know, as an organization, this COVID-19 pandemic is really an opportunity for us. I think that we can adapt and pivot in a new direction as we look to meet the academic and physical and social emotional needs of our students. And I believe as a candidate, I'm uniquely positioned to be able to be your next leader, as I understand the birth through adulthood learning continuum. I've been in the MARESA for over 10 years now, and I understand what it's like to live and work here. And I've been a special education and general education teacher and leader at the elementary, the middle school, the high school, and college levels. And you know what, I love raising my family here in the Upper Peninsula, and this is certainly a special place. And I'm motivated to serve our community and to be the voice of our rural RESA. And you know, moving forward, you know, I think this position, it calls for someone like me who has a pattern of behavior that shows that I can truly be a leader from their feet and not from their seat, someone who's visible and is going out there and building those relationships. And I believe that together as a board with our stakeholder, that we can create this common vision of success. And I truly believe that together that we can move mountains. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your interest in our leadership position, and the Board of Education may take action tonight, and you will be notified as soon as possible of any decisions made by the board. On behalf of our proud region, thank you very much for being here tonight.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Travis.
Thank you.
Yep. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now at this time, we're going to turn the meeting over to Charlie, who is going to give us a little rundown of how things will be.
Thank you, President Shaw, but I do have to commend the board on the process you followed, not only this evening, but the process you followed all the way through since you first engaged Michigan Leadership Institute back in January. When we look at the activities that have taken place, you've not only posted the position, you worked, I know, very hard through focus groups and community and stakeholder input to create that position description, the position profile that has been used to bring these candidates forward for the first interview and subsequently for the second interview. Because obviously you got some strong candidates. There are some differences as what anyone would expect at this point in time. However, you have candidates that are well prepared to take the next step in their career. I'd like to direct the board at this time to the matrix that has been provided for you. It's entitled the Marquette Alger Regional Education Service Agency Selection Process for the Final Candidate. Hopefully all board members have that in front of you.
Yep.
Is there anyone that does not?
I'll be there shortly, Charlie. I've studied it, so go ahead.
Okay, very good. Well, the concept here is to remain positive and find a way to work together. Most of your candidates emphasize that this evening, to find a way to work together with the people that they will be working within MARESA, is also those people that they would be working with in the local school district. So I'm going to emphasize for the board this one point: find a way to work together on the selection of your preferred candidate. I'm also going to emphasize what I believe has also been shared with the board previously, is that your next superintendent needs support from each of you. The next superintendent needs your collective support and your individual support. As referenced in some of the questions that were posed to all of the candidates today, and I'm sure even within the first round of interviews, there are some very challenging times. And when a governing body, very importantly, selects your CEO, your chief executive officer of your organization, that person needs your support. So I'm going to emphasize the importance of being unified and supportive of whoever is chosen. So with having said that, what process I've used in the past and has been, I think, very, very successful is looking at your matrix. The concept is that each board member is limited to select one candidate they believe should be the next superintendent. Before the last interview, I requested that the board members would start to separate those candidates in your mind. So now is your time really to take a look at each of those candidates listed alphabetically. Which of those candidates do you believe meet the criteria that MARESA has set for your next superintendent, but also meet the expectations, the characteristics, the attitudes, the qualities, and any other descriptor you want to use to define that person that you believe is the best candidate. So the process that I'm suggesting we follow is that each board member is invited alphabetically to speak to the positive aspects of that candidate of your choice. Why is she or he your top choice? What characteristics did they exhibit? What success have they had that you believe they could bring to MARESA? And as we go through each board member's comments, I encourage each board member to listen to your fellow board members and learn from their perspectives and their perceptions of the candidate that they believe would be the best one, the best fit for Marquette Alger Regional Education Service Agency. So having said that, I could answer any questions that the board may have at this time, any individual board members, or any questions at all about the next step that I'm proposing that the board takes.
During our individual time, can we discuss our thought process of how we got here, how we got to our decision?
I think that would be great. And I think any information that could be shared by one board member that may be of value to another board member is certainly fair game, because this is a very important decision. I would not want to eliminate any thought process or any cognitive thinking that went into your decision. So I think it would be a good idea.
Thank you.
Well, by the luck of the draw, the first letter of the last name, Ms. Herman is up. And from here, President Shaw, I could turn this process over to you, or you could allow me to continue to walk through it. It's certainly your choice.
Well, Charlie, I think I'll have you continue to walk through, but I think Monica had suggested something that I wish we would take time to do. I need some time to absorb and get my thoughts together after the interview. So if we could take like a 10-minute or 15-minute break to formulate our thoughts, are you okay with that as a board?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sure.
How much time would you like?
Board members, how much time would you like? 10 or 15 minutes? 10, 15?
10 minutes would be good for me.
10 sounds good to me.
10's good.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break and be back at 10 to 8.
Very good.
Charlie, I think we are waiting for a couple more to return and then we'll be ready to go through the process. And if you don't mind leading that process, I would be appreciative.
Very good. I'd be pleased to do that.
Thank you.
And taking a break to collect thoughts was a good idea.
Thank you. Oh, and I think everybody's here.
Very good. Well, welcome back. And by way of just brief reiteration, please find a way to work together, and the preferred end result that we're working towards is a unanimous decision. And I'm confident that at least seeing the board members work together for just a short period of time tonight, I'm sure you'll find a way to work together and come up with the best solution for the MARESA superintendent. So having said that, Ms. Herman, you are the first one to talk positively about the qualities and characteristics of that you think your superintendent needs to have, and feel free to, upon concluding that portion, divulge your choice, and if you care to, continue to elaborate on what you saw in that person that helped you make that decision on their behalf.
Okay. To start off with, any one of the four that we interviewed tonight, I think could be very successful in this position. One did float to the top for me, however, and that would be Greg Nian. And my reasoning for that are several little pieces here that I've got sketched out on little yellow pieces of paper. Some of my notes go back to our first interview, and so I will start at the beginning. He had mentioned that the visibility with staff and the constituent districts was very important. Tonight, he also mentioned that he would make an attempt to sit with every individual at MARESA and learn about what they do and get a good feeling for the situations. He also mentioned that he'd like to develop a special ed plan, transparency and understanding. I particularly like that because in essence, that's where MARESA came from. And although it's not our only goal in life, it is a very key goal. Let's see. He did mention the possibility of seeking additional grants. And I liked the comment he made about staff with his onboarding, offboarding, and reboarding comments. That was very interesting to me, and I think it's really a good concept. Let's see, he was very key in regaining the funding for the Paradise schools. As three of us know, June Schaefer worked very hard to get that funding initially, and it's great that he was able to secure it again. He was also very key in developing the letter regarding retention of the third grade students that went to the state. And the one thing I liked tonight too, he named a specific situation that he had confronted in difficulty. That I liked that. So I'm sure to come up with more comments, but I'll let it go at that for now. But like I said, I'm very agreeable to the board.
Thank you. Next would be Mr. Larson.
Thank you. I'll just echo what Barb said. I was very impressed with the candidates that we have. For me, the person that rose to the top was Dr. Travis Smith. I found him to be very highly motivated, person of high morale, morality, very authentic. He just kind of glows from him. I think he's someone that has the finger on the pulse of the current education, working in the trenches, if you will. He appears to be someone that goes above and beyond. I'm sure the rest of the board received it. I mean, I got a personal handwritten note in the trifold. He went through and created a website, went out and got endorsements, made videos, and that was just, to me, that was really above and beyond, which speaks to his character. I thought he really hammered on those 5 questions, and what that tells me is he's going to be a listener. He wants to take the time to find out what the constituents have to say, what the stakeholders have to say. And just like I mentioned after our first round of interviewing, you know, he's a thinker. He's going to take it in, he's going to think about it, and then he's going to respond just like he does in the interview. And that's the perception I got. And I kind of wrote down a saying here that I came up with after these 2 interviews, and that's, he isn't always going to be the loudest voice in the room, but when he speaks, people will listen. And I think that the authenticness of himself really shows, and people are just going to absorb that very well. And I really love his comment, a leader from his feet and not his seat. I think that's fantastic too. So thank you.
Thank you. Next would be Mr. Norman.
Okay, before I go to my candidate that I feel would serve us the best, I want to thank the rest of the board. You know, this is going to be the 5th superintendent, I think, that I'm going to be involved with. This has been a great process. I mean, we've used search firms before, but I think this, and maybe, who knows, maybe just the fact of having to do it by Zoom added to it. But you know, thank you for my fellow board members. I have to agree. Also, we had 4 good candidates. You know, time involved. I mean, they came out. You know,
Mr. Norman, your speaker is breaking up.
I didn't hear any of that.
Again, your speaker is breaking up and it looks as though your visual has frozen.
I think we'd be looking at projects those qualities of being a professional. I don't feel he's overpowering.
Mr. Norman?
Yeah.
If I could interrupt you, I'm sorry, but for about a brief moment there, your voice was indistinguishable. We couldn't hear you, and your visual froze. So could you please go back over where you just first started?
Okay, right from the beginning.
After the compliments to the board, how does that
okay sound? Okay, well, that's what I'm dealing with out here with the slower internet.
Sure.
Okay, my candidate would be Greg, and my feeling is that he shows that degree of professionalism that we would be looking for. I feel he projects those qualities, and that would help us not only within the district, but within grant applications and working in Lansing. I don't feel that he's overpowering in that, and I feel he shows some confidence in what he's can do and is able to do. Background has come from big districts. I mean, you go from the district he was in to Grand Marais, 40 students. That's quite a difference. That background, I think, will help us because we do have, what, 4 districts that have about 40 students in there. And talking about going to Grand Marais, to Burt Township, I think you could say first year in Michigan, first superintendency, and basically really thrown into the fire with the funding issues for those small schools, those 5 small schools. And that has always been kind of a sacred cow in Lansing, originally put in place by Dominic Jacobetti. Not only that, but then facing, like he said, wasn't even signed a contract and facing a $25,000 fine from the department. So, you know, the challenges just up there alone. His background, educational wise, special ed, I think that will help us. And if you looked at any of the YouTube videos from Wausau and their CTE training, I think that will more than help Brian. I think that's an area I'd like to see expanded. There's other occupations I feel that we could expand into, and I think that would help. That would be a real good team. And again, big schools, small schools, having to deal with budgets. And I believe he's genuinely interested in the benefit to the student. And that's what we're here for, is the students in these 2 counties. Okay.
Thank you. Next would be Ms. Ovig.
So you started the question by saying, what are we looking for? And I think I've always had my eye on someone with some vision, someone who's willing to get out there, not afraid to do things that others might look at and say, why would you be doing that? Or that's too much work, I'm not going to try. I look back over my time on the board at the RESA and my time on the NICE board, and I've always had an appreciation for superintendents who are people persons and friendly and get along with staff, figure out how to do things, how to make do with what you have when you don't always have what you need. And I chose Jake Halbertus, and my reasoning is, number one, he started at the bottom. So he has different jobs in a district. You know, he's kind of done a lot of things. He also knows a lot of people already. He's already linked into a lot of our local superintendents across the UP, ISD and RESA people, people downstate. He's familiar with the legislators. And I thought that was a plus that we already have that. I appreciate, he's very well spoken. And I also appreciated that he had humor about himself. And I think that that's one of those things that's sorely missing sometimes when we have people who just, you know, can't laugh at their own foibles. And I found him doing that a couple of times, and it was refreshing to me to hear a person willing to acknowledge that they may not know everything. They may make mistakes, and, you know, and they're willing to admit and take responsibility. The other thing I noticed about him, and he said the word himself, multi-layered, but a lot of his answers to questions had multi-layer complexity. Also some nuances that I thought were missing in some of the other candidates' answers. So, you know, that's part of my reasoning for him. Now, that aside, I want to go back to what I heard every other board member say so far. I'm okay with any one of these 4 people. I found I really struggled with how to pick one, because I really want to find a job for everyone. I think I have, well, Melanie's already employed, but I have some ideas for a couple of those other ones that we should have them on our staff. somehow, and or connect them, because I think they're valuable people, every one of them. So I'll be okay with whatever the decision is, but you know, at this time on this evening, my choice is Jake Albertus.
Very good, thank you. Next then would be Mr. Randall.
All I can say is, wow. I'm with Shelley. I had a heck of a time. What a choice. I mean, how do you know, talk about how do you do that? I went to our selection criteria, and the things that really stuck out, the major ones that stuck out for me was a minimum of 3 years of successful district level administrator or central office experience preferred. But I think it's a big one. It was for me. Successful experience working with collective bargaining units. I think that's really important, especially with what's coming up. High moral and ethical character, impeccable integrity and trustworthiness. And one that wasn't on here, but came up several times in our discussions before was fresh eyes. I think we need fresh eyes for MARESA, and I think this is really hard. Oh my God. Again, I guess I would, I'm with Shelley in that, you know, I can agree that, you know, we're going to discuss this to try and come up with one candidate by the time we get done here. But my initial thought, and I've changed, I've gone back and forth between two, and I still landed on Jake Albertus, for a whole lot of reasons that Shelley already said. I know that he's had some bumps. Who hasn't? But he's never been afraid. He's never backed away from talking about it. And anyway, that, like I said, that's a toss up for me, but I guess for a first initial round, that's where my vote would go.
Thank you. Ms. Sarai.
Well, I echo everyone's sentiment. This is a really, and I've been through a multitude of superintendent searches also. Usually in the process, one or two people just really rise to the top, and it's not such a hard decision to make, but this one's tough. I think this is the hardest superintendent search that I've experienced, because they all rise to the top. There's not this easy issue of, well, okay, we're down to two people and we all agree this is it. This is the two people. I really wrestled with this, but I think I could be happy with anybody also. It's just, there's just so many wonderful qualities. I guess I have to go with Greg. And the reason is because when I look forward to what we're going to be going through, it's a little bit frightening, because not only the funding cuts, but I mean, Melanie brought it up, the whole issue of this may force consolidation. I mean, I can't even imagine how awful that's going to be, because school districts are very territorial, and this is, I just can't imagine how awful it's going to be. I look at Buena Vista downstate when they had to dissolve, and that was terrible. It was terrible for the community. It was terrible for the parents. It was terrible for the students. I mean, there are still people in those communities that are reeling from that. And I think we need proven leadership. I think Greg is that. Like Steve said, he's from small districts and large districts. We need that. We need a superintendent with that kind of experience. I think Jamie's right. Collective bargaining. We got a lot of unions. I mean, you have to know what you're doing with this group. I see his style of leadership being innovative. I mean, when he got thrown into the fire in Burt Township, he literally just looked at it as an opportunity and took the bull by the horns and worked to solve the problem. He's politically connected. He seems to have a very calm style of leadership, and I think and he's a listener. Seems to have very strong people skills. I think for what we're going to be going through, and we all know the local LEAs are going to have so much animosity toward. They're going to get angry with each other. They're going to get angry with us. I think, he brought up the concept of this. We're going to look for positive silver linings in all of this. I think we need that kind of vision. So he's my choice.
Very good. Thank you. President Shaw.
First of all, I want to thank MLI for helping us to get through this process. And I just have to say how fortunate I feel that we have 4 amazing, outstanding candidates to choose from, and each one has wonderful strengths of their own. But the candidate that I'm choosing, I selected because I felt they had the strongest background in central office experience. Again, the collective bargaining I thought was great with this individual. Their bond experience. I love when people address working with the whole child, including the socio-emotional needs. I appreciated their professionalism, the training they have, their experience, their perspective, relationships with other superintendents, willingness to work with legislators, and the statement that they would like to poise MARESA to be 1 in 5 in the state. So my candidate is Greg Nian.
Okay, Charlie, where do we go from here?
Well, let's agree on the summary. All right, we have 4 who have chosen Dr. Greg Nian, 2 who have chosen Dr. Colbertus, and 1 who has selected Dr. Smith. Are we in agreement there?
Yes.
Okay. So the effort is to reach a unanimous decision. Are there any, and obviously if a vote was taken at this point, it would end up with 4 on one side and probably 3 on another. I'm going to pose a question to any of those board members who have selected a candidate other than Dr. Nian. Would you consider changing your vote at this time?
I certainly would be more than willing to change my vote. I really struggled, especially between Mr. Colbertus and Mr. Nian. That was who I was down to, and I really kind of went back and forth. So I could tell you my other comments on Greg. He's got a depth to him that I think will be very helpful for us. He's got the experience, he's got the legislative reach. I think Paula said he's got a very kind of a little bit quieter manner about him. I think that could help us at this point. I also think he has, I did take the time to watch the videos. Some of that is exactly what we really need to have here. And not that I expect him to do that here, but he could bring those ideas here. And so I think that, that might help with some of the forward thinking and visionary kind of things. And I heard some of that in those videos. There's other ideas there that popped out at me that I thought, yeah, he would have that. So I'm more than willing to do that for the sake of getting some agreement on the board.
So Ms. Ovink, your final, after considering your colleagues' comments and listening to others, and you found a way to try to continue to work together. And then just to clarify, you changed your vote from Colbertus to Nian.
Correct. However, again, I would take any one of the 4. I think they are all just outstanding splendid people.
At the last meeting, that was my understanding that we were going to narrow down to 2, but now it seems that we're going to try to go to 1. Is that just because of the outcome of the vote, or what's the status on that?
Well, the goal, the Michigan Leadership Institute has typically taken the goal for that second interview to be one that identifies the candidate that the board is centered on and is satisfied with as the next superintendent. And I did have that conversation with President Shaw just the other day. There was no dispute of that. So I have taken certainly to some degree have taken the lead of assisting the board to facilitate the board's choice and bring it to one final candidate that the entire board can stand behind. Realistically, the board was going to get there to one candidate regardless of whatever time you spent. And part of the thinking as well in this business, in this process, is this time of year that regardless of the choice that the board would need to make, that organization whom you're taking their leader from would have to do their work to backfill that position. So there is a somewhat of a, not a crisis, but an urgency. Timing is important for that other school district as well. So hopefully I've answered your question. Thank you.
Lowell, this is Steve. If I could jump in, I originally thought also that we'd go down to 2, but as I've thought about that, even during the process tonight, going down to 2 and calling 2 more in for questions and that, in my mind, I don't know if there'd be any benefit. I think we'd end up at the same spot, same fork in the road. So I'm ready myself to go ahead and make a selection tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with that, to make the selection. I because of who the candidates are. I think we would know that if we got down to 2 people and we just couldn't make the decision, then we would move forward with investigating that further. But that's not where we're at. I think we're at a point where we can choose one of these 4.
Well, I'm on the same page as Shelley was at. My 2 were Jay and Greg, and because of the fresh eyes, actually I was on 3. I really struggled hard because Travis gave a heck of, they all gave incredible interviews. It was just just amazing. But the fresh eyes was big for me, and those 3 were the big ones. But I don't have any problem with any 3 of those. So I could easily change my vote to Greg Nean. As much as I like Jay, I could change my vote to go with Greg Nean. The only thing is with Nean is I think he has policy issues, and interestingly enough, in this interview, he did mention something about policy. So that'll be an interesting thing to be looking forward to what we're going to do with that.
For clarification, Mr. Randall, you consented to changing your vote from Colbertus to Nean.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I will do the same.
The board has found a way to work together. The board has resulted in 7 board members agreeing that Greg Nean should be the next superintendent of MARESA.
So at this point, I need to entertain a motion.
Exactly. You have the discussion results in front of you, Madam President, and now would be a time for a motion.
Julie, I will make that motion.
Okay, the motion will be to employ Greg Nean as superintendent of the Market Elger Regional Educational Service Agency.
I'll support.
Okay, motion by Barb, support by Paula, and we're going to do a roll call vote on that. Barb,
Yes.
Lowell?
Julie,
Yes?
sorry, I hate to interrupt you. Would
Okay.
you read the whole motion? Because I think it's important.
I sure will. I think the support came in when I was reading, so.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. To employ Greg Meehan as superintendent of the Marquette Elger Regional Educational Service Agency pending board approval of a contractual agreement and authorize the president of the board to negotiate the agreement governing his employment. Barb, are you still good with that motion?
Yes, I am.
Paula, are you still good with that support?
Yes.
Thank you. We will go on to a roll call vote. Barb?
Yes.
Lowell?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Shelley?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Paula?
Yes.
And Julie's a yes. The motion passes. Thank you so much, board. That was wonderful. Other business to come before the board. Do we have any board member comments?
Julie,
Yes.
based on that motion, then you'll be sitting down with Greg to work out a contract and bring that back to the full board or to a committee, or what's your process?
I might be able to clarify that for you, that it really is what has been most, what are the practices of the school district? Do you have anything in policy that would cover this?
Come back to the board. He is our only employee.
Exactly. So it's a matter of making the position offer sometime this evening. I would suggest right away after the meeting, unless the board would want to engage Dr. Greg and see his response and his reaction and have an opportunity to talk to him online.
Monica just asked me that question, and so the board is okay with it. I would like to have Dr. Greg Meehan come back into the board meeting and offer him the position at this time.
Fine.
And President Shaw, if you do that, I'll exit the meeting and make the other 3 phone calls.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Charlie.
And in terms of a process, I think that probably what could happen is that perhaps Julie could have that initial, President Shaw could have that initial conversation with Mr. Meehan, and then talk with the administrative committee, maybe about guidelines for that. I think that's how the process worked the last time. If
You know,
that works. with
Yes,
us.
I believe it was the administrative committee that met first,
Yes.
and then with the candidate.
Yeah, that's the process we should take. The position should be offered, and then the administrative committee should sit down and look at the contract.
Thank you. That sounds wonderful.
Then does the contract get presented to the board?
Yes,
Oh, yes.
absolutely.
President Shaw, should I reach out to Dr. Meehan at this time then and ask him if he can join us again?
Please, if you will.
Thank you.
I froze, but I caught the end of it, so I know what's going on, Julie.
Okay, thank you.
I'm having a problem with the chipmunks keeping their. They want overtime peanuts tonight.
That's
Tell them
better.
to run faster.
Got to open another jar of planters, I guess.
John has a crow that stops by several times a day. Keeps
For
them
peanuts too?
corn.
Corn.
Steve, how is Linda doing?
She came home today. Picked her up at about 12:30 today. So now we'll have some PT and OT visits. I think it was 3 days a week for PT, 2 for OT initially anyway. So and she's yelled at me already once, so things are looking up.
Why does that not surprise us?
Oh, thank you, Shelley, for asking. I keep forgetting to ask him every time I've been on with him.
Well, I started thinking maybe she's what's cutting his internet off. Just to frustrate him.
So I just got off the phone with Dr. Nian. He will be joining us momentarily. And then he'll show up in the waiting room, and then I will be able to admit him into the meeting.
Thanks, Monica.
You're welcome.
Boy, Steve, I didn't know it was gonna be that long a haul for your wife. Boy, she just came home today. That's been a long haul.
A week? Eh?
That can't have been easy.
Well, total of 10 days there. Of course, it's a process. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. That's all we can do. Just pray for the best, and away we go. And she's going to force me into full retirement at what it amounts to. So,
can't be all bad.
Imagine
no,
Steve being able to even go visit her. I
I know.
applaud your courage and strength.
For sure.
that's the heck of it, is, even when they brought her up there that Monday night, you can't even, I got 2 steps in there and enough to leave my cell phone. So you're sitting out in a parking lot waiting for the ER doctor to call you. And then even when she was admitted, I mean, yourself, it's bad enough you go there if you can get inside. You're waiting for a doctor, you're waiting for a test, you're waiting for whatever, and at least you're there. But it just frustrates. So these are the times we're in.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So no, she's going to do well. She's got a very positive attitude, and very supportive husband. She can't hear me say that though.
I like your paneling, Barb.
I love yours. That is so uncanny.
It is. It really is. Even on the bias there, that's down an angle, and not everybody does that.
No.
I like your curtains, Steve.
You know where I'm hiding?
Where?
In the back bedroom.
Dr. Nian is back with us.
Who is he?
Want to see the backyard?
Giving a tour of Steve's house.
Dr. Greg Nian, I have the pleasure of informing you that tonight the Board of Education of the Marquette Elder RESA voted to employ you as the new superintendent. Do you accept this appointment?
I do. That is outstanding.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm
We
honored.
are very excited to have you join our district to lead us into the future. And I'm confident you will be highly successful here at Marquette Elder RESA. The next step will be for us to agree on your employment contract, which will then be presented to the board for their approval. We need to set up a meeting to bring the contract to conclusion so the board can ratify it soon. So I will be contacting you shortly. And how about if I give you my contact information so you can reach me at your convenience? Would that be okay?
That sounds great.
Are we still on YouTube Live, Monica?
Yep, I could share that information with Dr.
How about if you do that? Because I don't know that I want the world to have my information. Dr. Nian, will that be okay with you?
Yeah, that'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us at this time?
I don't. I just want to say that it's truly an honor, and I'm humbled to have been chosen for this position. So thank you for your trust in me.
Congratulations on your appointment as the superintendent of the Marquette Elder Regional Service Agency.
Thank
Great.
you.
Congratulations and welcome aboard.
Thank you, Steve.
Congratulations.
I look forward to sitting down with you.
I do as well, Jamie. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg.
You bet, Lowell.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Paula.
Welcome.
Thank you, Shelley.
We'll keep you busy.
This sounds good.
You got that right.
I'm up for the challenge.
We know
Great.
that.
Greg, I think it's my turn to give you my congratulations as well. I well-deserved recognition, and I'll be back in touch with you sometime relatively soon.
Sounds good. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Have a good evening.
You too. Okay, are there any other board member comments that they'd like to share at this time?
I want to say it was a good session. Thank you, all you board members, for your input. I think it's been an interesting process with this whole virus thing, but we made it through, and Julie did a nice job, and Monica. I mean, everything has gone fairly smoothly. It was one of those kind of going into it thinking, oh my God, this is going to be terrible. But it is not. It went well.
I have to agree with you, Jamie. I'm just wondering, I'm thinking back, maybe this has actually been a benefit to us, plus, not a minus, so being able to meet this way. Although I am looking forward to not having to do this anymore, because, technology is not always friendly for me. And
We noticed.
We noticed.
Noticed or heard.
That too.
One staff meeting some years ago, it was brought up about my technology abilities. I had to remind them that you're looking at a guy who said, I want to own a fax machine.
It's happening as we speak.
Right.
There you go.
Did I free?
Yeah.
Did you get my last comment?
How about a fax machine?
Yeah, I told the staff, one of the staff meetings, I said, when they started talking about technology, I said, you're looking at a guy who didn't even want to own a fax machine when they came out. So,
You've done well, Steve. Very well.
I was thinking today, the whole Zoom format, I just feel so honored and proud to be a part of this board, because I think the positive silver lining in the Zoom was that we really had to rely on each other's opinions. We couldn't see each other face to face. So you really had to rely and trust in each board member's opinion and respect their expertise and how they felt about every candidate. And I just really valued that. And I think it speaks to the strength of this board. I really do. And I'm honored to be a part of it.
Great.
And Lowell, I want to apologize to you because I feel like I did a misstep by not maybe explaining to the board how that was going to happen. You are right. We did talk at one point about potentially having two candidates and then doing research on each of those candidates before we made our decision. And this was a whirlwind of changes this week. Charlie was amazing and stepped on board. I was not good with passing that information on to you. So I do want to apologize. You were absolutely right. Your expectation was absolutely right. And so I made a mistake. This is my...
No worries, it all worked out in the end.
Thank
In the past, actually, we didn't have a third interview. We had visits to their local areas. But that, of course, is not, we're not able to do that at this point. So,
yeah, I think that would have been nice.
Yes, it would have been.
I think the good thing is that the Michigan leadership, our consulting group did such a good job at vetting these candidates. I felt like, boy, they did a lot of research that they brought to the table. And I felt so comfortable with that.
I agree. I hope Mike is okay.
I know.
We appreciate that, and the consultants really do care about each other. We work well together, and we rely on each other's background research and vetting procedures, and I'll pass that along to my colleagues as well. Thank you for the compliment.
Okay, if there are no further comments by board members, we can adjourn this meeting.
Great. We'll see you Monday night.
Was there any
Yes.
public comment?
Are we doing this again on Monday?
Well, not this, a regular meeting.
That's what I mean. We're gonna, but it's gonna be on Zoom, right?
Right.
Correct.
That's what I'm talking about. Is that what the package is for today, that we got in the mail?
Yes.
That's for Monday's meeting?
It's for Monday's meeting, yes, because it's sometimes cumbersome to be looking at your packet and board book and be on Zoom at the same time. So it is on, all of the material is on board book with the exception of the minutes from this evening's board meeting, since obviously it hadn't happened yet when I mailed those packets. But that should help with your ability to review the material while the meeting is going on.
Do we have an idea when we're going to schedule the administrative committee?
I could send out a poll, a doodle poll to get everyone's availability who's on that committee, so we can get that going.
Okay.
Good. Okay.
With that, I shall adjourn the meeting at 8:38. Have a good night.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
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 Bye.